Chapter 276. Zhao Muji from the Stargaze Palace. I've heard of this person, he is the head disciple of the third palace master. I heard that he is exceptional among the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace. He is definitely one of the top 5. No wonder. With such exceptional skills, it seems that this battle is going to be a good one. Those people who were watching the show started to talk and point at each other. Qin Wushuang secretly observed that the two figures on the stage were already engaged in a fierce battle. Although this man with the red headscarf had a strange appearance, he did have good skills. Indeed, he was on par with Zhao Muji. From Qin Wushuang's perspective, this person should be one of the top few core disciples in the Archaic Mysteries sect. Or else, he would not have the skills to be on par with Zhao Muji. Ha, senior brother Shafailan is not someone to be trifled with. No wonder he is one of the top 5 core disciples in the Archaic Mysteries sect. How could this Zhao Muji resist senior brother Shi? Yes, for this friendly competition, the Archaic Mysteries sect will surely be number 1. What great Luo, they will only be at the bottom if they come to the Heavenly Lake Empire to participate in the competition, ha. Since these people had spoken these words, without a doubt, they were from the Heavenly Lake Empire. Now, Qin Wushuang was rather curious. Since this arena was placed here, was it recruiting elite warriors to chase after Shongyi? Or was it to show off to the Vermilion and the Great Luo Empire? Was it to build one path on the surface, and another in the dark? While Qin Wushuang was thinking, the battle between the two on the stage had become even more vicious. Although Zhao Muji appeared to be a scholarly person, he was rather proud and swift. Currently, he was filled with anger and fought even harder. The two magistrate brushes danced in the air like silver snakes dancing in the mountains. The entire sky was filled with the power of his brushes. Although that Shafailan was also exceptional, he could not help but feel surprised when he saw Zhao Muji's crazy fighting style. In the first moment, Zhao Muji had taken over his temperament and he had fallen into a disadvantage. Whoosh! Each move of Zhao Muji's magistrate brushes carried powerful hidden power. Each move was aimed at the opponent's vital points. Even though Shafailan was good, but Zhao Muji had taken the upper hand, so he had no time to counterattack. Zhao Muji used 2 weapons, and his attack frequency was fast. His attacks were basically fast, accurate, and ruthless. Therefore, once Zhao Muji gained the upper hand, it would be very difficult to win this battle. Ever since the battle at the Green Jade Mountain, Zhao Muji had been working hard, and his cultivation had improved a lot compared to half a year ago. Therefore, his pair of magistrate brushes could be said to be unconstrained and unconstrained. Bullets that looked like bullets from an automatic rifle kept coming at them. Shafailan retreated again and again. Unable to retreat any further, he was already at the edge of the arena. Zhao Muji did not give him a chance to catch his breath at all. He continued to follow up and snatched the magistrate's pen like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Poochie. A surge of spiritual power shot out and hit Shafailan's shoulder. Pu. Blood splashed as Shafailan's body fell backwards. At this moment, a white figure shot out from the curtain and caught Shafailan's body. Then, he flicked his sleeve casually. A strong wind blew out from that sleeve. Like an invisible wall of air, it created a powerful counterattack and swept Zhao Muji away. Swept by this giant wind, Zhao Muji did not have the slightest power to resist. Directly, he retreated a dozen steps and looked at that white figure with shock. That person pushed Shafailan behind the curtain and sized Zhao Muji up with a cold look. Qin Wushuang looked at this person. He had red lips and white teeth. Clearly, his face still looked somewhat immature. His figure was strangely short and his face was like a baby's. However, there was a little bit of black stubble around his lips. His appearance was neither fish nor fowl. It gave people a strange feeling. Disciple of the Stargaze Palace? This strange kid spoke. Stop with the nonsense, who are you? Zhao Muji sized this strange kid from head to toe. That strange kid laughed strangely. Suddenly, his face sank. My name is Devil Boy. Have you heard of me? Devil Boy. Zhao Muji's face turned cold. Never heard of you. Devil Boy's face sank. Never heard of me. I hate ignorant people the most. Since you have never heard of me, then accept your fate. Those bastards who don't know my name, there is only one ending, and that is death. Devil Boy gave a strange laugh and opened his hands. Instantly, a pair of sharp claws grew from the fingertips of his hands. The sharp claws emitted eerie lights. Just by looking at their appearance, one could see that they were terrifying. Humph, you are playing tricks. Inwardly, Zhao Muji was also restraining his fear. However, on the surface, he appeared swift and fierce and would not lose to this Devil Boy in terms of temperament. A moment ago, this Devil Boy had swept him away with a casual wave of his sleeve. Indeed, his strength was far above Zhao Muji's. He should be a middle-stage warrior. However, among the younger generation of the Archaic Mysteries sect, everyone knew that there was only one middle-stage warrior. And that middle-stage warrior was not this Devil Boy before him. Humph. Once again, Devil Boy's expression turned eerie as he said, I hate it when people say that I am playing tricks. Kid, remember, I am Devil Boy, a core disciple of the Archaic Mysteries sect. When you go to the underworld, don't remember my name wrong. As soon as he had finished speaking, suddenly, Devil Boy twisted his body and drilled into the ground. This drilling did not create a giant hole in the ground. Instead, he had disappeared from the stage. This method made the spectators below the stage burst into thunderous cheers. On the other hand, Queen Yo, the freelance martial artist from the Great Luo Empire, had a change of expression. Senior brother Zhao Muji, retreat quickly, this person knows sorcery. Inwardly, Zhao Muji was also somewhat surprised when he saw Devil Boy had disappeared. Inwardly, he was somewhat traumatized by such drilling methods. Initially during the battle at the Green Jade Mountain, that grey-robed Elder Chen of the Archaic Mysteries sect also excelled at such drilling methods. He was extremely difficult to deal with. They had only managed to kill that person with the combined power of Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi. Currently, this Devil Boy also knew this method. Zhao Muji's figure quickly leaped and landed on the giant pillar on the stage. Both of his hands were holding the magistrate brush. As long as he saw a trace of movement of the ley line, he would not hesitate to shoot out the magistrate brush and nail Devil Boy to death. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, large holes appeared on the ground as dirt shot up into the sky. The magistrate brush in Zhao Muji's hand shot out and attacked two places consecutively. Boom. The magistrate brush hit nothing but air. In an instant, Zhao Muji understood that this was Devil Boy's deceptive tactic. Just as he was about to fly over to retrieve the magistrate brush, at this moment, he felt the giant pillar under his feet suddenly split open. A ghastly claw grabbed at Zhao Muji's legs with a chilling intent. If this claw were to hit, it would directly cut off Zhao Muji's legs. Zhao Muji was indeed an expert. With a tap of his feet, he had already leaped out. His body somersaulted in the air and landed on the stage. He took the opportunity to grab the two magistrate brushes in his hands. At the same time, he swung his hands and the magistrate brushes suddenly extended out from the inside. This was the magic of Zhao Muji's magistrate brushes. With a press of the mechanism, it could shoot out the brushes within the brushes and shoot out. Devil Boy was rushing over. His claws grabbed Zhao Muji's two magistrate brushes. The corner of his mouth twitched and he exerted force. With a crack, the chain in the mechanism was directly broken. Kaka, kid, you want to show off with this little ability? Devil Boy's small body was like a meatball. He directly shot over. His claws emitted a cold light as he grabbed at Zhao Muji. Since Zhao Muji's debut, this pair of magistrate brushes had rarely met an opponent. Almost no one could force him to use this mechanism. He did not expect that the chain inside would be cut off at this moment. This was really unheard of. His body sank and was about to fall off the stage. For this battle, even if he were to admit defeat, he would protect himself. Only, Devil Boy was a bloodthirsty person. How could he allow Zhao Muji to escape? When he saw Zhao Muji's body retreating rapidly, he increased his speed and slashed at Zhao Muji's throat with his claws. Ah! Instantly, Queen Yo's heart jumped to his throat. If senior brother Zhao Muji got hit by this attack, he would be finished. The Stargaze Palace would lose a powerful elite warrior. Subconsciously, Zhao Muji used the remaining part of the magistrate brushes to protect his throat. Devil Boy laughed evilly. What's the use of struggling before your death? At this moment, Devil Boy suddenly felt a sharp attack coming straight at his head from the side. Whoosh! Inwardly, Devil Boy knew that something was wrong. If this attack hit him, for sure, Zhao Muji would not be able to escape death. However, if Devil Boy was hit by this power, he would also suffer severe injuries. The momentum of this attack was extremely heavy and carried a tyrannical and sharp spiritual chi movement. One could almost judge that it was a sneak attack from a middle-stage warrior. Devil Boy gave a strange cry and his body dropped to the ground. Once again, he dropped to the ground. Zhao Muji took this opportunity to retreat more than 100 feet away. His eyes were filled with vigilance and hatred as he looked at Devil Boy. Devil Boy roared, Who dares to sneak attack me? Come out if you have the guts. Qin Wushuang only smiled and did not speak. He only watched the show casually. A moment ago, he had grabbed a stone tightly and was going to make a move at the most crucial moment. And he had made his move secretly. Since Devil Boy was focused on dealing with Zhao Muji, how could he see that it was Qin Wushuang who had made the move? And since Qin Wushuang was surrounded by mediocre warriors, they could not see through Qin Wushuang's background. With lingering fear, Queen Yo walked next to Zhao Muji and said in a low voice, Senior brother Zhao, let's take a step back. This Devil Boy is extremely vicious, for sure he is not at the level of a core disciple. Zhao Muji nodded and was about to retreat. That Devil Boy laughed evilly. You want to leave? Is there such a good thing? Queen Yo said reluctantly, Sir, even if we have already lost in the arena, we should know when to stop. Your Tianji sect is after all a big sect. Even if it's a sparring match, there should be a limit to it, right? Devil Boy shouted, What competition? That's what they do. I, Devil Boy, only like to kill. I don't know what a competition is. This Zhao guy, I don't like him. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to sleep or eat at night. This person's style was extremely unreasonable, causing Queen Yo to be speechless. Zhao Muji pulled Queen Yo to the side and said in a low voice, Devil Boy, is your name among the Archaic Mysteries sect's core disciples? Could it be that you are one of the Archaic Mysteries sect's elders in disguise but claimed to be a core disciple? If you want to bully the weak, you don't need to cover up your mistakes, right? Devil Boy said eerily, Bully the weak. I'm only 16 this year. Could you be younger than me? 16 years old? Hearing these words, even Qin Wushuang who was on the side was stunned. P.S. Thank you all, thank you. Raising one place, today's update has been set. Although it is very likely that I will be counter-exploded immediately, as long as it has exploded, Li Tian will not go back on his words. Whether or not there will be a sixth explosion will depend on whether I can reach 850 monthly votes by the end of today's update. If you guys work harder, Li Tian will work harder too. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 277. This Devil Boy was only 16 years old. And he had such powerful strength. Could it be, he also had the natural spiritual roots? Almost at the same time, Qin Wushuang and Zhao Muji had the same question. Qin Wushuang asked himself that he had relied on the spiritual power baptism at the second circle of the 7 deadly formation arrays to transform his body to become a middle-stage warrior. It had allowed him to not worry about his body being unable to withstand the impact of the spiritual qi and affecting his training progress. Plus, he had the miraculous power of Deep North to help him absorb the spiritual qi and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, this multiplier wasn't just double, but 5 or 10 times. Despite this fact, he was already 18 years old this year. He had only reached the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. However, this Devil Boy was only 16 years old and had the strength of a middle-stage warrior. Even if he had the natural spiritual roots, like senior brother Wei Yi, he had entered the Stargaze Palace 17 years ago. Although he was only an 8 or 9-year-old kid when he entered the palace, he was now 25 or 26 years old. And senior brother Wei Yi had only entered the middle stage 3 or 4 years ago. In other words, if this devil boy was truly 16 years old, he had entered the middle stage 6 or 7 years faster than senior brother Wei Yi and 2 years faster than Qin Wushuang. In the upper sky world, 1 or 2 years of difference was not outstanding. However, above 5 years, it was a big difference. Usually, when elite warriors reached the later stages, the difference of 5 or 10 years would widen and differentiate themselves. When Devil Boy saw that Zhao Muji was confused, he was also extremely proud. He laughed strangely. Although I like to kill people, I would never make up lies. Suddenly, his face sank. So, just accept your fate. Qin Wushuang knew that if he did not step out, once this devil boy finished his words, as a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, Zhao Muji would not run away without caring about his image. If he fell into this person's trap, it would not end well. Instantly, he picked up a stone and shot it at the other banner on the giant pillar. Boom! With a flick of his finger, the banner was completely shot down. The banner with the words "Punch the Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals of the Dragon and Tiger Sect" also fell down with a loud bang. Qin Wushuang hissed, "Devil boy, I don't like you. If you have the guts, let's fight." Qin Wushuang let out a strange cry in a muffled voice. Then, he lifted his body and dashed away. Devil Boy's personality was the one that could not be provoked. When he heard Qin Wushuang's words and saw him make a move, he immediately remembered the person who had sneakily attacked him. He roared angrily, "It's you, bastard, I will kill you first." Without turning his head, he roared, "Zhao Muji, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson. You'd better not meet me in the friendly competition." Devil Boy's voice gradually faded away. Apparently, he had chased far away in an instant. Zhao Muji snorted but did not say anything. Looking at the direction Devil Boy left in, he could not help but feel a little absent-minded. That person just now should be the one who ambushed Devil Boy in a moment of desperation to save his life. From his actions, he should be an elite warrior from the Dragon and Tiger Sect. However, if he was an elite warrior from the Dragon and Tiger Sect, he should be watching from the side and gloating. How could he be so kind as to save Zhao Muji? What made Zhao Muji feel the strangest was that in that instant, he almost had an illusion. He had felt a little familiar feeling from that person. That feeling almost made him think that the person who had saved him was junior brother Qin Wushuang. However, junior brother Qin Wushuang had already met with misfortune at the Green Jade Mountain. How could he appear here? Initially, after Tan Zhongqi had reported the news of Qin Wushuang's survival to Zhuobuchuan, these two palace masters had discussed and decided to keep it a secret. Firstly, it was to keep the secret to the end. Secondly, with Qin Wushuang gone, it would be a good way to encourage the other disciples to train harder and prepare for the upcoming friendly competition. After all, if Qin Wushuang was gone, the pressure he had to bear would fall on the other disciples. Thus, this Zhao Muji did not know that Qin Wushuang was still alive. After a moment, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Inwardly, he thought that he was hallucinating. How could that junior brother Qin be alive? Senior brother Zhao, what are you thinking? Queen Yo, the freelance martial artist from the Great Luo Empire, asked carefully. Nothing. Zhao Muji smiled lightly and said, Queen Yo, you are good. Queen Yo smiled innocently and rubbed his palms excitedly. It was his honor to receive a compliment from a disciple of the Stargaze Palace. Senior brother Zhao, it's all thanks to you for saving my life today. Or else, ha. That's nothing, it's just a small matter. Besides, you are on the stage for the Stargaze Palace and the Great Luo Empire. Of course, I could not watch with folded arms. Besides, if that person had not helped, not to mention you, even I would not have survived today. Queen Yo stuck out his tongue. That bastard is truly abnormal. I just don't know his background. Zhao Muji said lightly, regardless of his background, as long as he is a core disciple of the Archaic Mysteries sect, someone will take care of him. Although I cannot defeat him, it does not mean that no one in the Stargaze Palace can stop him. Yes, your senior brother Wei Yi is exceptional. He should be able to take care of this devil boy. Queen Yo welcomed him. Zhao Muji waved his hand, Okay, let's go. There is nothing worth staying in this devilish place, it's only a trap set by the Archaic Mysteries sect. That's right. The Archaic Mysteries sect had set up such an abnormal devil boy here and wrote those two shameless banners. They were clearly provoking the Great Luo and the Vermilion Empire. Zhao Muji gave a long sigh. I just don't know if that person is an elite warrior from the Vermilion Empire. Quinio said, he should be. Or else, why would he shoot down the other banners? On the other hand, Qin Wushuang had lured away Devil Boy and was running towards the outside at a fast speed. He decided to compete with this Devil Boy. If he could lure him to a dark place and fight with him, it would be interesting. If he could take this opportunity to get rid of Devil Boy, that would be even more ideal. However, although Qin Wushuang had such thoughts, he did not dare to be careless. After all, this Devil Boy was an elite warrior and they were in the territory of the Heavenly Lake Empire. Now, with the disturbance caused by Big Brother Shongyi, would those elite warriors from the Heavenly Lake Empire move to curry favor with the Red Dragon Empire? If those elite warriors at the sect leader level made a move, of course, Qin Wushuang would stay away from them. Or else, it would not be good if he was targeted by those people. When Qin Wushuang thought here, he started to compete with Devil Boy in terms of speed. This Devil Boy also had a belly full of anger. A moment ago, Qin Wushuang's sneak attack had caused him to fail to kill Zhao Muji. His hatred for the sneak attacker had even surpassed his hatred for Zhao Muji. Thus, he left Zhao Muji behind and chased after Qin Wushuang. This Devil Boy was indeed only 16 years old. He had only shown his talent in the Celestial Arcanum sect in recent years and had been secretly cultivated as a chess piece. He was prepared to display his invincible prowess in the friendly competition of the Three Kingdoms and win by surprise. Naturally, this Devil Boy did not have the natural spiritual roots. Since ancient times, those with the natural spiritual roots were favored by God. Regardless of talent or bone structure, they were outstanding. It was impossible for him to have such a strange appearance. Although this Devil Boy did not have the natural spiritual roots, he had the mutated spiritual roots. This mutated spiritual root was different from the natural spiritual roots and also different from normal martial artists. To put it simply, it was a twisted and abnormal spiritual root. Just like the genetic mutation on Earth in Qin Wushuang's former life, although it was rare to find one in 10 million. However, once such a person appeared, he would either be a trash or a mutated genius. And this Devil Boy happened to be a training genius. And a very abnormal one. His training speed could be said to be abnormal. When he was discovered by the Archaic Mysteries sect, this kid was already 10 years old. In a short 6 years, not only had he entered the upper sky realm, he had also entered the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. This made everyone in the Archaic Mysteries sect feel as if they had found a treasure. Naturally, they valued this Devil Boy greatly. While they brainwashed him, they trained him to become the most outstanding among the younger generation of core disciples. Since Devil Boy had a simple mind, he was adopted and trained by the Archaic Mysteries sect. Naturally, he would follow their lead. He would work for the Archaic Mysteries sect. This time, the higher-ups of the Archaic Mysteries sect had ordered them to set up this arena. Firstly, they wanted to provoke them. Secondly, they wanted to use Devil Boy's murderous personality to kill a few more elite warriors from the Stargaze or the Dragon and Tiger sect. For such killing on the arena, even if they wanted to pursue the matter, they would have an excuse. However, on the arena of the friendly competition, there were clear rules. They would only fight and not fight to the death. Unless both parties agreed to a life and death battle, they could not use any excuse to kill. The Heavenly Lake Empire had set up such an arena to target the Stargaze Palace. After all, they still could not let go of that battle at the Green Jade Mountain. Since they had suffered such a great loss, of course, they wanted to use this disgraceful opportunity to kill a few core disciples from the Stargaze Palace to vent their anger. Thus, Zhao Muji had bumped into the muzzle of the spear. If Qin Wushuang had not stepped out, Zhao Muji would not have escaped from Devil Boy's evil claws. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang had led Devil Boy back. He had taken the same path earlier. Now, he was only following the same path back. The reason why he was going this way was because Qin Wushuang was familiar with the terrain after he had walked through it. If he were to go somewhere else, it would be disadvantageous for him since he was unfamiliar with the terrain. Devil Boy chased after him relentlessly. For all these years, he had been spoiled at the archaic mysteries sect and had developed an arrogant and domineering personality. He did not think that anyone from the younger generation could beat him. During the chase, he also judged that his opponent was only a middle-stage warrior. Thus, he chased after him with even more confidence and without any fear. After a day and night of chasing, Qin Wushuang had led Devil Boy to a surging river. On this river, there was an extremely dense forest. Qin Wushuang decided to set the location here. When Devil Boy saw Qin Wushuang's figure enter the forest, he stopped for a moment and cried out, "Coward, you have lured me here. Could it be you have some evil plan? Could it be that I am scared of you?" After he had finished speaking, he drilled his head into the ground. He did not take the normal path, but chose to travel underground. In this way, if the other party wanted to plot against them, it would be very difficult for them to plan their plans. I will continue tonight. After 5 p.m., I will look at the monthly votes. As soon as it reaches 850, I will add another chapter. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 278. Qin Wushuang had the experience of fighting at the Green Jade Mountain. Naturally, he had some experience in dealing with experts of the underground. He expected that if Devil Boy wanted to enter this forest, he would certainly use the underground technique. It was impossible for him to enter brazenly. That would be equivalent to turning himself into a live target for Qin Wushuang to attack. Devil Boy certainly had this little bit of brain. Qin Wushuang was like a leopard cat as he jumped left and right and hid his body among the dense leaves of a big tree. From his angle, he could clearly see all the changes in the surroundings. And Devil Boy, who was underground, could not observe Qin Wushuang. In this way, Qin Wushuang had unwittingly gained the upper hand in terms of geographical advantage. The graceful spiritual bow, Qin Wushuang's mind kept repeating these 3 words. He knew that this time, to kill Devil Boy, he could only rely on the graceful spiritual bow as a surprise weapon to win the battle. Other methods and weapons would not be enough to take down Devil Boy in a head-on confrontation. Qin Wushuang had more or less seen through Devil Boy's methods when he fought with Zhao Muji. He knew that this person's methods were not ordinary. In a head-on confrontation, even though Qin Wushuang would not lose, the hope of winning was also very slim. Overall, at most, they would be evenly matched. That kind of result would be meaningless. Qin Wushuang had lured Devil Boy here not to fight him to a draw. Since Devil Boy was so powerful and was also a core disciple, he would certainly be a great enemy in this friendly competition. If he wanted to make a move, he must kill this person. This was Qin Wushuang's plan. He also wanted to try and see how strong the power of the graceful spiritual bow was. The piercing cloud bow that Brother Shongyi used that day was already so powerful. And he said that this graceful spiritual bow was much more powerful than the piercing cloud bow he used. Then, what would the effect be when he used it? Qin Wushuang was looking forward to it. However, he was not in a hurry. Now was not the time to use the graceful spiritual bow. It was still far from time. Devil Boy burrowed into the ground and secretly sensed Qin Wushuang's general location. As for Qin Wushuang, he naturally knew what Devil Boy was doing. Everything was within his expectations. Devil Boy suddenly stopped. He had already locked onto the approximate range of his opponent. He laughed in his heart. His body suddenly soared into the sky, and a pair of ghost claws grabbed the sky, creating countless illusory ghost hand illusions, directly grabbing towards the big tree Qin Wushuang was hiding in. The tens of thousands of ghostly hands wreaked havoc. The sky was filled with falling leaves, fluttering in the wind. A moment ago, it was still a lush tree, but a moment later, it became a bare and withered tree. Devil Boy guffawed and shouted twice as if he was demonstrating his power, "Hide! Let's see where you can hide." After saying those words, Zhongxian raised his hands and swept them across the room. Astral winds rolled up and gusts of chilly wind blew. It sounded like the mournful howls of ghosts from the underworld. The sharp and eerie claw power swiped horizontally and actually cut down the big tree that required 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Clatter. The sound of something breaking was heard. Qin Wushuang's body was as light as a swallow. He stood up a few times and jumped onto the big tree next to him. As a result, the birds in the forest flew away in panic. They were scared out of their wits and fled into the air, emitting bursts of mournful cries. Devil Boy saw that Qin Wushuang did not want to fight with him and was furious. "How long are you going to run away for?" Qin Wushuang said coldly, "If you have the ability, then come at me. Why do you care what I do?" Devil Boy laughed evilly. "All right, I have plenty of methods. Since you like to play, I will play with you." After saying those words, he raised his hands up high and withdrew the 2 ghost claws. He rubbed his hands together and his hands changed again. They turned into 2 sharp blades that looked like wind-splitting swords. At this moment, Devil Boy's hands were like mantises waving their arms. He stepped on the ground and bounced up. The 2 swords chopped toward Qin Wushuang in the air. This move was the mantis knife. The 2 swords combined into one and drew a ghastly knife light in the air. It was bright and ferocious, as gloomy as the blood scythe in hell. The knife light was like a drill, chopping down from the middle. Its momentum seemed to be able to split the mountains. A light flashed in front of Qin Wushuang's eyes. The next moment, his body had bounced out and swept to the side again. He only had one goal, which was to make Devil Boy paralyzed. To make Devil Boy feel that he did not have the power to fight with him. Devil Boy saw Qin Wushuang's action and laughed grimly. He no longer scolded. His feet were like a toad. He jumped up and swung his arms. The knife light danced again. This time, there were 2 rows of swords, one on the left and one on the right. They were like 2 galloping pagazi. Qin Wushuang lowered his body and fell to the ground instead. Seeing this, Devil Boy was furious. His body sank and fell down. He said angrily, "Is running away the only ability of the Dragon and Tiger sect?" Devil Boy was simple-minded. As expected, he took Qin Wushuang as a disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Qin Wushuang sneered and said, "Except for your mouth, I don't see any special skills." Devil Boy was furious when he heard that. He was furious. The 2 swords rolled up. Like snowflakes covering the top, the 2 swords shot out at the same time and kept cutting. The knife light crisscrossed and intertwined in the void. As if a silver bottle was broken, there were clanging sounds. The fierce knife light kept bursting out. Qin Wushuang was wrapped in the attack range and exploded wildly. Qin Wushuang knew that Devil Boy probably went berserk. Going berserk meant that he was out of control. It was an opportunity to take advantage of. Qin Wushuang had rich battle experience. Naturally, he knew this very well. Devil Boy was indeed in a berserk state. He had always been bloodthirsty. In battle, he especially liked to see the cruel appearance of the enemy's blood on the ground. Only then would he feel refreshed. But this time, when he was fighting with Qin Wushuang, he felt that he had no place to use his strength. All of his power missed every time, making him feel very frustrated and vexed. This feeling was not because he was weaker than his opponent. It was because his opponent did not want to fight with him at all. He could not use his strength at all. He wanted to tear Qin Wushuang apart piece by piece. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Suddenly, Devil Boy felt his vision blur. A torrent rushed toward him. In a daze, he realized that it was a sword aura. Devil Boy was not angry. Instead, he was happy. Counterattack. Devil Boy was overjoyed. He was not afraid of his opponent's counterattack. He was afraid that his opponent would not attack and only run away. He pulled back his swords and blocked in front of him. Clang. With a loud sound, the coagulated sword shot by Qin Wushuang hit the body of the sword. The sword aura shot out from the back of the sword aura, and it immediately caved in. Devil Boy sneered and waved his hand. A white light flashed on the hand blade. The light overflowed. When he looked again, the caved-in place had returned to its original state. He did not know how this hand blade mutated. It had such an abnormal recovery ability. Of course, Qin Wushuang's sword was just an ordinary solid sword attack. He did not use the ice sword aura that he comprehended in the cave. The weather at the moment was very hot. In fact, it was not suitable to use the ice sword aura. Qin Wushuang knew this very well, so he did not force himself to use it. After all, that kind of method consumed too much spiritual power. Since it was not the most favorable environment, he should not force himself to use it. Otherwise, not only would the effect not be good, but it would also make him lose his rhythm. He decided to use the violet sun sword. With a flash of red light, the violet sun sword appeared in Qin Wushuang's hand. Devil Boy waved his double sabers and shouted, "Do you dare to fight me head-on?" Qin Wushuang was not afraid at all. "I let you win at the beginning. Do you think I'm afraid of a dwarf like you?" Devil Boy had a mutated spiritual root. His strange body and face had always been his hatred. Walking on the road, whoever looked at him would be killed by him. Not to mention Qin Wushuang, who said he was a dwarf in public. He was furious at once. With a roar, he chopped his double sabers. Qin Wushuang's violet sun sword was not careless at all. It soared into the sky and slashed out 3 sword auras. With a twist, they collided with the saber aura. Boom! The strong red light and the white light collided. Unparalleled spiritual power shot out in all directions. It was like countless flying sabers and hidden weapons. The leaves in the forest were sent flying, as if it was raining leaves. Devil Boy and Qin Wushuang collided head-on. He was secretly pleased. He also realized that this opponent was not ordinary. His strength was much stronger than Zhao Muji's. Such an opponent could make him, Devil Boy, more excited and happy. Killing such an opponent was twice as satisfying. Thinking of this, Devil Boy suddenly rolled his body into a meatball again. His whole body was covered in white light. Like a cannonball, he directly crashed into Qin Wushuang. His 2 hand sabers were like dancing snowflakes. His whole body was armed like a hedgehog, with spikes everywhere. Qin Wushuang held the violet sun sword. With a roar, he chopped out the middle of the sword. With a whoosh, a dragon-like sword aura whizzed out and chopped directly at Devil Boy. At this moment, Devil Boy was like a spinning top. He skillfully rolled around the sword aura and rushed toward Qin Wushuang again. Qin Wushuang was not afraid at all. He suddenly swung his left hand. The snake-shaped soft whip circled 6 times, from small to large, like a wicker basket, toward Devil Boy. The length of the snake-shaped soft whip was very advantageous. It looked like 6 gradually expanding circles, but in fact, there were 6 very fierce restraining forces. As long as Devil Boy was bound by one of them, he would have no choice but to surrender. Devil Boy knew the power. Seeing the 6 restraining forces rolling toward him, he did not dare to rashly attack. His body bounced in the air. He opened his body, which had been compressed into a meatball, and raised his 2 sabers toward the snake-shaped soft whip. When the 2 sabers met, Devil Boy showed a strange smile. Suddenly, with a flash of white light, the 2 sabers turned back into a pair of gloomy claws, and directly caught the tip of the snake-shaped soft whip. Qin Wushuang seemed to have expected Devil Boy's move. He did not dodge. He had seen Devil Boy cut off Zhao Muji's judge pen with the same claws. But Qin Wushuang had his own means. Devil Boy saw that Qin Wushuang did not take back the long whip. He was delighted and cut it down. At this moment, Devil Boy seemed to be shocked by electricity. His whole body trembled violently. He only felt that his dantian was suddenly pulled by something. It was indescribably uncomfortable. What happened? Devil Boy was shocked. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 279. Without a doubt, Qin Wushuang had used the power of Deep North. This surge of suction power was extremely tyrannical. Like a high-voltage electric current, once one touched it, there would only be 2 results. One would be hit, or one would break free. Indeed, This devil boy was different than other elite warriors. Inwardly, he was shocked when he was pulled by this suction force. However, he did not get caught by Qin Wushuang. Instead, he shook his hands and shot out in a flash. With a surprised face, he looked at the snake-shaped soft whip in Qin Wushuang's hand and shouted angrily, "What the hell is this whip?" Devil Boy thought that Qin Wushuang's whip had the effect of thunder and lightning, so looking at the whip in Qin Wushuang's hand, he was a little afraid. Qin Wushuang knew that he was suspicious, but he smiled and said, "What? Didn't you want to fight with me just now? Why are you flinching now?" Devil Boy's means lay in his various attacks. Once these attacks could not gain the upper hand, his advantage would be limited. But he did not know that Qin Wushuang was least afraid of attacking masters. In a one-on-one fight, as long as it was not limited by the terrain like the cave in Green Jade Mountain, Qin Wushuang was not afraid of Devil Boy's level of attack at all. Even if there were two Devil Boys, Qin Wushuang could still deal with them. The premise was that the terrain was wide enough to allow him to use his body movements freely. Devil Boy was simple-minded, but it did not mean that he was brainless. He shook his head and said, "Your whip must be famous. I will not be fooled by you. Where did that crazy advancement of yours go? Since you are afraid of my whip, let me attack, and you defend. How about it?" After saying this, Qin Wushuang waved the whip. Like a dancing dragon, it shook out a deadly arc and whipped toward Devil Boy. This action caused the void to tremble violently, and spiritual power fluctuations in the form of ripples spread out continuously. Devil Boy had a suspicious personality. When he saw Qin Wushuang's attack coming, he ducked his head and burrowed into the ground again. Qin Wushuang laughed and said, "I was wondering how powerful you were. It turns out that you are the real coward." Devil Boy naturally heard Qin Wushuang's sarcasm from the ground. He was secretly angry. This bastard wants to trick me by relying on his powerful weapon. How could I do as he wished? I'll give him a surprise and let him know what Devil Boy is capable of. Immediately, he drilled his head into the ground and began to shuttle through the ground. Devil Boy's method of working underground was even better than that grey-robed man, Elder Chen Jun. Moving back and forth like this, he could perfectly control the fluctuations of his spiritual power, making it impossible for the enemy to capture his movement frequency. Moreover, the area where he was hiding was 3 meters deep underground. Even if his opponent attacked from the ground, he would have enough time to react and calmly dodge. Qin Wushuang did not have a better way to deal with this kind of underground technique, so he could only hide in a high place and fully sense all the changes around him. He had already realized that Devil Boy must be up to some tricks underground. That said, he could not figure out what Devil Boy was doing at the moment. At this moment, Devil Boy was very busy underground. He wanted to destroy all the ley lines within a few kilometers around him. This way, as long as the fighting power on the ground was slightly greater, the ground would suddenly sink. Devil Boy only needed a slight chance to make his opponent panic when the ground sank, and he was confident that he could defeat his opponent in an instant. It could be said that Devil Boy had never failed in this method. It was like a person crossing a river on a boat, and if the boat suddenly became empty, there was a possibility that he would fall into the water. By the same logic, once the ground sank, no matter how fast one reacted, the first thing that would happen would be to sink. Qin Wushuang suddenly reached into his pocket and released the white sable. At this time, a spirit beast's detection power was always stronger than a human's. Moreover, this white sable was small and had a better ability to blend in with the terrain. As expected, in a short while, the white sable scurried back and whispered a few words beside Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang slightly frowned and immediately understood Devil Boy's sinister intention. Destroying the ley lines. In this place, once the ley lines were destroyed, it was very likely that a large area would collapse. In a battle, if he was not mentally prepared, once the terrain collapsed, he would certainly suffer a great loss. Qin Wushuang put the white sable back into the storage bag. Then, he took out the graceful spiritual bow. The 3 arrows attached to the arrows were completely green in color and were sparkling and translucent. Qin Wushuang gently stroked the graceful spiritual bow and thought, "In this battle, no matter if I succeed or not, if I can kill Devil Boy, I will kill him. If I can't, I will retreat immediately and will not be entangled. Anyway, we have already shed all pretense of cordiality. If I can't kill him, even if Devil Boy knows my real identity, it won't matter. Anyway, we both have the same idea and want to kill each other. Thinking like this, Qin Wushuang slowly opened the graceful spiritual bow. His 4 fingers carried the 3 dark green arrows and prepared to shoot a string of arrows. Qin Wushuang was not unfamiliar with the art of archery. In addition, Shongyi had taught him a lot of Xiantian archery skills that day. Therefore, Qin Wushuang was not unfamiliar with it at all. He shouted loudly, "Devil Boy, you like to play hide and seek? You can play by yourself. I won't accompany you. Goodbye." Devil Boy was already nearing the end of the battle underground. Hearing Qin Wushuang say that he was going to leave, he was naturally anxious. It was not easy to set up such a trap. If he let the opponent escape like this, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Immediately, he floated to the surface of the ground and popped out his head. "What? Are you afraid?" Before he could finish his sentence, Devil Boy's expression changed. Because a light flashed in his eyes. An unparalleled murderous aura, with a strong force, shot towards him like a shooting star. "What is this?" Devil Boy was shocked and quickly dived down. Boom! An arrow was shot and the graceful spiritual bow was overflowing with light. It was as if a sleeping god had suddenly stretched out his muscles and bones. The arrow was shot out and there was a rumbling sound. When it came into contact with the ground, the tragic sound of the explosion was incessant. The surrounding ground collapsed uniformly and a huge pit suddenly appeared in front of them. One by one, the big trees fell into the pit. Rumble, rumble. Qin Wushuang was not the slightest bit moved. The second arrow was shot consecutively. Another arrow was shot. Swoosh. As if it was a world-destroying blow, the entire void was intimidated by this momentum. It was as if there was only one force in the entire world, and that was destruction. Devil Boy dodged the first arrow. Before he could dive deeper into the ground, Qin Wushuang's second arrow followed. Devil Boy's body dived into the ground forcefully and he dodged another arrow. However, Qin Wushuang had a total of 3 arrows. He had dodged the first 2 arrows, but how could he dodge the third one? Devil Boy seemed to realize that he could not dodge the third arrow. In desperation, he hurriedly chanted a spell. Suddenly, a ray of golden light shot out from his back and bloomed. And at this moment, the third arrow was shot. The green arrow light collided with the golden light that bloomed. A golden vortex surged out, and a large hole was caved in on Devil Boy's back. This arrow still did not pierce through Devil Boy, however, this arrow almost shattered Devil Boy's dantian. This golden light was the indestructible golden talisman that the headmaster of the archaic arcanum sect gave to Devil Boy. It had a mysterious origin. As long as it was within the spiritual martial force, no powerful attack could break this indestructible golden talisman. However, the graceful spiritual bow in Qin Wushuang's hand was also extraordinary. It was not a spiritual weapon within the spiritual martial force. Its power was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. Although Qin Wushuang could not use 20% of its power, it still shattered that golden light. Although he couldn't kill Devil Boy, he was still heavily injured. Devil Boy spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Other than regret, he was also scared. This was the first time he had suffered such a big loss since he started his career. It was such a loss that he had no temper to speak of. At this moment, he only wanted to escape. However, under the attack of the 3 arrows from the graceful spiritual bow, his physical strength was almost used up. Plus, he was seriously injured. How could it be easy to escape? Before he had time to gather his qi and drill into the ground, Qin Wushuang's body had already rushed over like a flying swan. He rolled the snake-shaped soft whip in his hand. 6 ripples of spiritual light were emitted and wrapped around Devil Boy. The spiritual qi circled around and instantly, Devil Boy was wrapped up like a dumpling and lifted out from the ground. Devil Boy was scared out of his wits. He screamed miserably, "Don't kill me. You will regret it." Qin Wushuang sneered, "Indeed, I will not kill you." Activating the power of Deep North, A powerful suction force once again probed into Devil Boy's Dantian Chi Si. The suction force of the power of Deep North was like a greedy beast leaping into a flock of sheep, unceremoniously absorbing. Devil Boy screamed miserably. His entire body trembled and he kept on struggling. However, there was nothing he could do. The suction force of the power of Deep North was like a leech attached to his Dantian Sea of Chi, greedily sucking. At first, Devil Boy could still struggle. However, soon, he was like a piece of meat on the chopping board. He could only be slaughtered by Qin Wushuang. He could never have imagined that he, the heaven's pride of his generation, the supreme character that the Celestial Arcanum sect foretold would sooner or later dominate the three Eastern empires, would lose his life in such an inexplicable situation. Until his death, he still could not understand who killed him. Evildor, this person must be an Evildor. Devil Boy's last remaining thought cursed. He also felt that his opponent was clearly absorbing the spiritual chi in his Dantian. Devil Boy had never heard of such a method of directly absorbing other people's spiritual chi. He cursed weakly, "Kid, you will die sooner or later after absorbing my spiritual chi. Once my spiritual chi backfires, it will certainly swallow your body. Ha ha ha, you will die one step later than me. You won't be proud for too long." His Dantian was already like a deflated balloon. There was no spiritual chi left. Qin Wushuang pointed his fingertip. His finger force was like a cutting machine. It swept across Devil Boy's neck. A fine gap was seen, and then blood seeped out. Suddenly, Devil Boy's large head fell to the ground, and he died just like that. The Celestial Arcanum sect's wishful thinking of winning by surprise naturally came to nothing. Brothers, do your best. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 280. Without hesitation, Qin Wushuang destroyed the body on the spot. Then, he dispersed all the upper sky chi at the scene and cut off all the clues. Finally, he left. For sure, killing Devil Boy would cause a world-shaking consequence in the Heavenly Lake Empire. For this point, Qin Wushuang had expected it. Thus, after he had done everything, he had thought through all the methods he had used to deal with the aftermath and did not leave any loopholes. After he had retrieved the 3 green arrows from the graceful spiritual bow, besides the pit at the scene, Devil Boy's body had been turned into ashes and thrown to the bottom of the river to feed the fish. Thus, even if the Archaic Mysteries sect were to investigate, they could only investigate this battle scene. With just this battle scene alone, the Archaic Mysteries sect would not suspect Qin Wushuang. After all, regarding the degree of destruction from this battle, it was not something a middle-stage warrior could create. While Qin Wushuang walked, he was also overwhelmed with emotions. With regards to the power of the graceful spiritual bow, he finally recognized it. It was truly not something that could be described with the word shocking. It was definitely at the level of earth-shattering. Inwardly, he was also filled with gratitude. He was extremely touched by Shongyi, this Jinlan brother whom he had met by chance and felt like old friends at first sight. Indeed, Qin Wushuang blushed in shame when he thought about how he had given him such a treasure for the first time. He knew that Shongyi had given him this bow because he was grateful for the pill he had given him. However, Big Brother Shongyi had said that it was his teacher's last wish to give this bow to the destined person. Regardless of whether this last wish was true or not, Qin Wushuang would never forget this great favor. Fortunately, when he had used this graceful spiritual bow to kill Devil Boy, it had certainly caused a strong reaction from all sides of the Archaic Mysteries sect. At least, those people from the Red Dragon Empire had asked for help from the Archaic Mysteries sect. Most likely, after such a thing had happened, those elite warriors at the head level would not have the heart to help the Red Dragon Empire. Indirectly, he had shared some of the pressure for Big Brother Shongyi. If the head of the Archaic Mysteries sect did not step out, then most likely the others would not pose any threat to Big Brother Shongyi. Since he had the mask, he was not worried about being exposed. As long as he got rid of his pursuers, he would be able to roam freely in the vast world. Qin Wushuang quickly left the scene. After running for 3 days and 3 nights, he was finally several thousand miles away from the scene. Only then did he find a remote place to begin fusing the spiritual energy he absorbed from Devil Boy. Although Devil Boy was seriously injured, the spiritual power in his Dantian Sea of Qi did not decrease because of this. Qin Wushuang's absorption this time was definitely a great harvest, better than any absorption in the past. This Devil Boy's spiritual power is so abundant, and it seems to be very strange and extraordinary. The richness of the spiritual energy is truly astonishing. Qin Wushuang slowly fused with the spiritual energy. Naturally, the spiritual qi of a middle-stage warrior was harder to digest and merge than an initial-stage warrior. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang's own strength had also increased by one level. Now, he was also a middle-stage warrior. Thus, his digestive power had also increased a lot. Although it was more difficult to digest and fuse, once it was used and fused with the spirit energy in his qi sea, the effects would naturally be greater. Soon, 3 days had passed with this fusion. Finally, Qin Wushuang had gotten rid of the last trace of impurities in his Dantian. He had completely fused with all of Devil Boy's spiritual qi. No wonder he is a middle-stage warrior. The spiritual qi of this Devil Boy is abundant. This fusion should help me take a big step forward in the middle stage, right? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was also rather satisfied. Although the process from the middle stage to the advanced stage was extremely slow, it was far from enough to only rely on the absorption of Devil Boy's spiritual qi. However, Qin Wushuang was not discouraged and was not in a rush for success. Without taking a few steps, one would not be able to travel 1,000 miles. He firmly believed that his speed was fast enough. As long as he had the right fortuitous opportunity, it would not be a problem to charge for the advanced stage. The only problem was the length of time. Currently, Qin Wushuang was looking forward to the advanced stage. He was still thinking about the second loop of the 7 deadly formation arrays inside the cave in the Great Kang Mountains. As long as he entered the advanced stage, he could enter the third loop. At the same time, he could also break the petrification technique on that giant greenstone and take that purple flame electric beast for his own use. That would be the existence at the perfect stage. Once that day arrived, Qin Wushuang firmly believed that he would be able to run free in the entire human countries. In the human countries, he would not fear any authority or oppression from any unfair powerhouses. By that time, even the Red Dragon Empire would not need to fear them. If they are still chasing after Big Brother Shongyi, I must intervene. Qin Wushuang thought this way. When he walked out from the dark, Qin Wushuang took off his mask and changed his clothes. Then, he regained his original appearance as Qin Wushuang. He had done this out of consideration for his own safety. After all, he had shown this appearance to others. Even if others had not paid attention to him, he could not guarantee that no one had noticed him in the 100 Battles Mountain. When he lured Devil Boy away, many people had seen it. Most likely, someone would remember his appearance under the mask and it would become a clue for the Archaic Mysteries sect. Thus, no one in the Heavenly Lake Empire recognized him when he had regained Qin Wushuang's appearance. After all, Qin Wushuang had never stepped into the Heavenly Lake Empire. And in the eyes of others, he was a historical figure that had died half a year ago. Thus, after he had taken off his mask, he did not attract any attention along the way. Plus, Qin Wushuang had kept a low profile. He only walked and did not pay attention to anything. Thus, he did not encounter any difficulties. Along the way, for each day that Qin Wushuang had walked, he could feel the changes brought about by Devil Boy's death. Each day, the news had become more intense. Everywhere, there was a piece of news about Devil Boy's disappearance. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive. Yet, he did not join in the fun. On this day, he had finally arrived at the imperial capital of the Heavenly Lake Empire. Using his identity as a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, Qin Wushuang did not encounter any obstacles when he entered the city gate. Ha, this Stargaze Palace disciple plate did not carve a name, they did have foresight. Qin Wushuang put away the plate and walked into the city. Just as he was about to inquire about the location of the Pine Crane Inn, suddenly, he saw a group of black heads under the city wall. They were looking at a notice. Wanted poster. From afar, Qin Wushuang saw these 3 words. There were 2 faces drawn on this wanted poster. One of the faces was Shang Yi's face. And the other face made Qin Wushuang feel lucky. It was his original face that had been wearing the mask. It was written on this wanted poster that this person was a fugitive from the Red Dragon Empire. Most likely, these 2 faces were the same person. Of course, it was also possible that they were not the same person. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh inwardly and thought, indeed, my appearance was watched by many eyes in the dark. Although that face was only 70 to 80% similar, someone had clearly described it to be drawn with such accuracy. This way, although I had kept a low profile, someone still noticed me. Fortunately, I took off my mask. Or else, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? The Archaic Mysteries sect was indeed efficient. Indeed, they were extraordinary as they were able to investigate everything in such detail in just 10 days. Of course, this so-called wanted poster was, in the end, just for fun. It did not mention much about it. It only said that anyone who had seen these 2 faces and provided useful information would be taken in as a disciple of the Archaic Mysteries sect and be conferred the title of National Scholar. However, this wanted poster did not mention the death of Devil Boy. Normally, the Archaic Mysteries sect should have a way to confirm whether Devil Boy was alive or dead. Just by looking at the scene of the battle, they should have guessed that Devil Boy was dead. However, this wanted poster did not mention a single word about it. Qin Wushuang knew that the Archaic Mysteries sect was pretending to hide their intentions. Most likely, even if those heads knew about Devil Boy's death, they would not announce it to the core disciples. This way, it would greatly affect their morale. After looking for a moment, Qin Wushuang did not think too much about it and turned to leave. Inwardly, he thought that the Archaic Mysteries sect had a rich imagination. Could it be that they truly thought that it was senior brother Shang Yi who had killed Devil Boy? Of course, perhaps, the Heavenly Lake Empire had done this because they wanted to tie their interests to the Red Dragon Empire. Thus, they had used their passion to get the cold shoulder from the Red Dragon Empire. Qin Wushuang did not have the energy to analyze the Heavenly Lake Empire's motives. Today was already the 27th of June and only 3 days were left until the first day of July. Perhaps, all the disciples of the Stargaze Palace had already arrived. I wonder if teacher Tan Zhongqi is the leader of this trip. If he had arrived and saw this face, for sure, he would know it was me. And with his information network, for sure, he would know the reason behind this wanted poster. It would not be hard for him to guess that I was the one who had killed Devil Boy. As Qin Wushuang thought about it, he did not ask for directions. Instead, he strolled along the street and went wherever he went. After walking for about half an hour, Qin Wushuang saw a fluttering banner on the street ahead of him. It was the 4 words Pine Crane Inn. Qin Wushuang was about to walk towards that inn. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. Astronomy, geography, fortune-telling, free of charge. Brother, you're walking like a dragon or a tiger, and you have an impressive appearance. Please wait. Clearly, this voice was shouting at Qin Wushuang. And this person was Li Buyi, the plain-clothed fortune-teller he had met when he had just arrived at the border of the Heavenly Lake Empire. Why did this guy come to this place? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang's heart sank. However, he remembered that he had used the face on the wanted poster. If Li Buyi recognized him, wouldn't it be troublesome? Instantly, he did not look back and was about to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Li Buyi was extremely lazy as he quickly followed him and said with a mischievous smile, brother, I am calling you, please stop. Sorry, I am the master of my own fate. I am not interested in fortune-telling. Qin Wushuang said in a low voice. Qin Wushuang spoke his mind and prevented Li Buyi from opening his mouth to prevent him from getting tangled up. P.S. Not good, not good. 5 chapters are up. I am still a dozen votes away from 850. However, I decided to take a step back and wait until 10 p.m. If I have 850 votes by then, I will continue to update. I will not break my promise. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 281. Li Buyi said with a faint smile, "My fate is in my own hands. However, I see that you have a dignified appearance and it would be a pity if I didn't predict it. I know the sky and the earth, and I am invincible in divination. That day at the Silver Leaf Country, a subordinate country of the Heavenly Lake Empire, I was rejected by a guy who did not listen to my advice. Do you know what happened to him?" Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat as he asked in a low voice, "What?" Li Buyi pointed to the notice board before him leisurely. "That guy did not listen to my advice, and now he is wanted by the Heavenly Lake Empire. Tell me, if you don't listen to my advice, you will suffer. Is this wrong?" Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved. He did not know if Li Buyi had said it unintentionally, or if he was referring to something. He said with an expressionless face, "It's none of my business. I still have matters to attend to, excuse me." Li Buyi laughed mischievously. "Hold on, I have something I would like to ask you to explain." "How should I explain it?" "What?" Qin Wushuang asked helplessly when he saw his mischievous attitude. "I'm talking about turning hostile." Li Buyi laughed. It's not hard to understand these words. However, it seems to be appropriate to use it at this moment. "Brother, is this also called falling out with others?" Then, with a low voice, he laughed evilly. "Or, are you trying to change your face?" As soon as he said these words, Qin Wushuang was shocked. However, Li Buyi still appeared to be at ease as he said with a mischievous smile, "My alcohol addiction is acting up again. If someone doesn't treat me to a few drinks, once my alcohol addiction acts up, I can't help but speak nonsense." Now, Qin Wushuang already knew that this Li Buyi was pretending to be crazy. For sure, he was an elite warrior. Instantly, he sighed helplessly. "Can a few glasses of wine stop your mouth?" Li Buyi laughed. "Although it might not stop me, at least I won't talk nonsense at this moment, ha ha. As for whether or not it will last forever, it will depend on your performance." Qin Wushuang looked around and did not go to that Pine Crane Inn. Instead, he led Li Buyi to a pub. Li Buyi was not picky as he found a seat by the window and sat down. Then, the dishes were served. Li Buyi drank 3 cups with satisfaction. Then, he laughed. Nice performance." Qin Wushuang knew that regardless of what he said, in the end, he would make mistakes if he spoke too much. At the moment, he did not speak and only waited for Li Buyi to speak. "Hehe, is this your true appearance? Wasn't he more handsome?" Unlike before, he was expressionless and not likable at all. Li Buyi muttered as he bit into a piece of pork shoulder. Qin Wushuang gave a light sigh. Indeed, this Li Buyi had sharp eyes. Most likely, even an advanced stage warrior could not see through the flaws of that mask. Who was this Li Buyi that he could see through it? "Hehe, isn't it strange? Reading people's faces is my job," Li Buyi said proudly. "Now, can I read your fortune again?" Qin Wushuang shook his head. This time, he did not refuse. Instead, he was on guard against this Li Buyi from beginning to end. He was not worried that this Li Buyi was someone from the Heavenly Lake Empire. Instead, he felt that this Li Buyi was too mysterious. With all his secrets, it would be best if he did not leak them. Li Buyi gave a long sigh. "In my life, I have seen countless people and I have never made a mistake. Yet, I have made a mistake on you. I thought about it. The name you told me that day should be a fake name. However, at that time, how come I could not see that you were lying?" Qin Wushuang said with a light smile. "Why did you say that I was lying? For sure, you are not called Wu Xinghe. Or else, when I connected your name, I could at least figure out some clues." Li Buyi sighed helplessly. "Anyways, just say it if you want, it doesn't matter if you don't want to." He looked outside the window and said in a low voice, "The Archaic Mysteries sect wants to curry favor with the Red Dragon Empire. Regardless of whether you are from the Vermilion Empire or the Great Luo, you must be careful. Hehe, initially, all of this has nothing to do with me. However, you, little guy, are somewhat interesting. Ha ha ha, little guy, I will eventually find out your real name." This Li Buyi laughed and stood up. He dragged his signature footsteps and walked out leisurely. Indeed, his temperament had some characteristics of an elite warrior in the Jianghu. Qin Wushuang could not help but feel absent-minded as he looked at the back of this Li Buyi. It was the first time he had felt powerless. Before this Li Buyi, he felt as if he had seen through everything. He could not understand how Li Buyi had recognized him at first glance. And he was so sure. However, he was not worried that Li Buyi would reveal the secret. Apparently, this Li Buyi would not act so despicable. From his performance, he should be an elite warrior that had experienced the hardships of life. Putting on an act should be his usual style. His style of pretending to be confused. After Li Buyi's disturbance, Qin Wushuang had become much more clear-headed. He walked out of the pub and wandered along the street for a moment. He only walked towards the Pine Crane Inn when the sky was getting dark. When he arrived at the Pine Crane Inn, Qin Wushuang paid some attention. Indeed, he had discovered the secret signal left by the Stargaze Palace in the dark. He knew that his colleagues had already checked in. Inwardly, he felt rather warm. Since his colleagues had arrived, Qin Wushuang felt much more reassured. Inwardly, he wondered if senior brother Zhao Muji had gathered with his colleagues. On that day when I lured Devil Boy away, no one should be able to threaten him at the scene. Qin Wushuang booked a room and went in. He planned to find a suitable opportunity to regroup with his colleagues. It would be best if his teacher had also come to this place. Either his teacher or the head palace master would come to find him. Currently, he was not sure if the head palace master and his teacher had told his colleagues the secret. Currently, the main force of the Stargaze Palace had all gathered around the east wing of the inn. The Stargaze Palace had booked all the rooms in this east wing. Thus, they did not need to worry about being disturbed by other guests. Besides Zhuobuchuan, the head palace master, the other 4 palace masters had drawn lots. Indeed, Tan Zhongqi was among them. The other person was Tian Zhixing, the 5th palace master. These 3 palace masters had led the team and brought a total of 12 core disciples. Now, the 3 palace masters and the 12 core disciples had all gathered in a giant room. Zhuobuchuan, the head palace master, asked, "Zhao Muji, tell us about your experiences along the way." Zhao Muji recounted his experience in the 100 Battles Mountain, emphasizing it once. Zhuobuchuan said with a solemn expression, "Devil Boy, this is one of the trump cards of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Since even Zhao Muji could not beat him, for sure, this person was at the middle stage. However, according to the secret report, this person had disappeared after that pursuit. I speculate that the wanted poster issued by the Archaic Mysteries sect is related to Devil Boy." Tan Zhongqi laughed. "If he did not return now, most likely he is dead. Head Palace Master, when we entered the city today, have you studied the portrait on the wanted poster?" Chem. Zhuobuchuan had a trace of doubt. Initially, they had just arrived and Tan Zhongqi did not have the chance to explain to Zhuobuchuan about that mask. According to Zhao Muji's words, most likely, the person that saved him was a disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect. However, Muji, do you think a disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect would make a move under that situation? Zhao Muji said honestly, "At that time, I also felt it was strange and could not figure it out. If I were a disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect, I would have watched the fire burning across the river. It would not be too late to make a move after the life and death had been determined." Tan Zhongqi laughed, "That's right. Thus, the person that saved you was not a disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect, but someone else. Muji, you saw the portrait on the wanted poster clearly, right?" Zhao Muji nodded. "Yes, I saw it clearly. From my vague impression, the person in the portrait should be the one that had helped me. Now, since the Archaic Mysteries sect wanted him, I speculate that something had happened to Devil Boy. Or else, if Devil Boy had killed that person, why would he need to put up a wanted poster?" As Zhuobuchuan looked at Tan Zhongqi's joyful expression, suddenly, he had an idea. "Second, could it be that you already know the identity of that person?" Tan Zhongqi said with a smile, "Head Palace Master, you should know, right?" As if they were guessing a riddle, suddenly, these two started to laugh. The others, including Tian Zhixing, the fifth palace master, were confused. Boss, second, what are you guys laughing about? What's so happy about? Zhuo Buchuan said seriously, at this point, we must be honest about this matter. None of the core disciples that came here are outsiders. They would never leak any secrets. The others all nodded. Okay, then I will give you guys a great piece of good news. When Zhuo Buchuan said here, he was also overjoyed as he said with a cheerful tone, the person wanted by the archaic mysteries sect is your fellow disciple. Fellow disciple? Wei Yi and Zhao Muji cried out at the same time. Ju Fu and the others also looked at Zhuo Buchuan with confusion in their eyes. This time, Zhao Muji was the first one to react. It was because when he was at the 100 Battles Mountain, a strange illusion had emerged in his head. When he thought back, he could not help but blurt out, could it be junior brother Qin Wushuang? Junior brother Qin? The others were all dumbstruck. How could it be junior brother Qin? He is not. Ju Fu's voice trembled as she looked at Tan Zhongqi with eyes full of excitement and expectation. Both Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi nodded slowly. Zhuo Buchuan said, let me tell you guys, Qin Wushuang did not die at the Green Jade Mountain. Instead, by chance, he was sent to his hometown by an elder of the Archaic Mysteries sect through a transportation circle. In these 6 months, he hid in the Bayou country and waited for a chance to rise again. And this friendly competition between the 3 Eastern empires is the best stage for him to rise again. As soon as he said these words, besides Tan Zhongqi who was smiling casually, everyone else was dumbstruck. For a while, they could not speak a word. Zhao Muji was overjoyed as he mumbled, no wonder, junior brother Qin, I didn't expect that you would save me again. Ju Fu was crying tears of joy as she could not help but ask, teacher, is what the head palace master said true? Tan Zhongqi gave a long sigh, that's right, if Wushuang had not died, how could I have let go of those bastards from the West Chu and the Great Wu at the royal Qin mansion? Wei Yi was also overjoyed, junior brother Qin is not dead, that's great. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 282. At this time, suddenly, Tan Zhongqi laughed, Wushuang should be here, I am going out to take a look. I am going too. Ju Fu followed. The others also became restless. Zhuo Buchuan immediately said, it's enough for the 2 of them to go, the others should wait here. Zhuo Buchuan was worried that with so many people rushing out, it would not be a good influence. Hearing Zhuo Buchuan's words, the others could only step back. Inwardly, they were curious. Was this junior brother Wushuang still alive? On the other hand, Qin Wushuang was leaving a secret signal at the inn. Just as he was about to sit down, suddenly, his brow twitched as joy appeared on his face. Teacher? He rushed to the door and as soon as he opened the door, indeed, he saw Tan Zhongqi standing outside. His face was full of praise and even a trace of doting. Wushuang, I trust you have been well since we last met. Qin Wushuang laughed. I am doing well, I wonder how the others are. How about senior brother Zhao Muji? Let's go, everyone is waiting for you to meet them. After half a year, Qin Wushuang had not seen these people. Indeed, he was looking forward to it. Under Tan Zhongqi's lead, they walked towards the east wing. Junior brother Wushuang, why didn't you tell me that you were not dead? You made me cry for you many times in this half-year. Ju Fu pretended to complain along the way. Ha ha, Fu don't complain. I am the one who made the decision. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Ju Fu twitched her mouth. Teacher, you are so biased. Tan Zhongqi said seriously, I am always fair and impartial, how could I be biased? While they were talking, they had already arrived at the east wing. Zhuo Buchuan was already waiting at the door with all his disciples. When they saw Qin Wushuang walking over in high spirits, their eyes lit up as they all went up to greet him. Junior brother Qin, Wei Yi was the first one to walk up. He extended his palm and high-fived Qin Wushuang. When their shoulders touched, Wei Yi said in a low voice, for the battle at the Green Jade Mountain, as your senior brother, I am sorry. Zhao Muji also walked over and high-fived Qin Wushuang. Junior Marshal Brother Qin, thank you for saving me twice. I, Zhao Muji, do not know how to be courteous, but as your senior brother, I admire you. Other than Wei Yi, there was no one else in the younger generation that Zhao Muji admired. And now, Qin Wushuang's name would be added to this list. Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi also felt rather gratified when they saw the joyous and harmonious scene between their fellow disciples. They nodded inwardly. Second, this is the hope of the Stargaze Palace. Only such young people can see the future. Zhuo Buchuan sighed with emotion in a low voice. Tan Zhongqi felt the same way. After this incident, I believe that there will be more chemistry and less friction between these young people. The friendly competition of the three Eastern empires had always been the most cohesive. I don't think it will be an exception this time. When they arrived at the house, Zhu Fu asked first, Junior brother Wushuang, that time at the Green Jade Mountain, how many people had besieged you? We were all worried to death and wanted to go in to save you. Yes, senior brother Wei Yi had blocked them with his life. Or else, we would have all become funerary objects. Huang Chaoyang, the third disciple to the line of the head palace master, sighed with emotion. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, fortunately, you guys did not go. I only learned about that Green Jade Mountain being razed to the ground later. At that time, there were 4 middle-stage warriors that had besieged me. They were all elite warriors at the elder level of the Archaic Mysteries sect. There was also a group of initial stage warriors who were most likely core disciples. Although they were not the top, they had great strength. 4 elders. Inwardly, the others were all shocked. Yes, 4 of them had attacked me without any power to fight back. They threw me into the giant natural pit inside the cave. Unexpectedly, to me, it was a way to survive, and to them, it was a dead end. Zhu Fu said angrily, the Archaic Mysteries sect is truly shameless. They deserved it when all those elders died. This time at the 100 Battles Mountain, I heard from junior brother Zhao Muji that they had set up an arena and announced 2 shameless slogans. Junior brother Wushuang, was it you who lured that devil boy away? Zhao Muji also looked at Qin Wushuang attentively. Qin Wushuang nodded with a smile. Indeed, it was me. Only, at that time, there were too many eyes and ears. Plus, the situation was urgent and I did not have the time to meet up with you. Zhao Muji sighed. Indeed, it was you. At that time, I had a strange illusion. Now, it seems that it was not an illusion. However, Tan Zhongqi asked, Wushuang, that devil boy. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. That guy is exceptional. If it weren't for his immature mind, I am afraid I would not have been able to do anything to him. Fortunately, this person is simple-minded and fell into my trap. I have already killed him in secret. Although everyone had guessed earlier, they were also excited when they heard Qin Wushuang say it with certainty. Great. Zhao Muji was the first one to cry out, if this devil boy had not died, he would have been a great threat to the Stargaze Palace. Now that he is dead, let's see what other trump cards the Archaic Mysteries sect has. Indeed, the Archaic Mysteries sect can keep their cool. Even I didn't expect Devil Boy to be here. If this Devil Boy had appeared out of nowhere, it would have been troublesome. Zhuo Buchuan said in a low voice, Wushuang, for this matter, you did a great job. Will there be any future troubles? Qin Wushuang shook his head. I did it very carefully and did not leave any reliable clues. Unless someone knows that I am the one wearing that mask, there will be no future troubles. Tan Zhongqi said, then no need to worry. Everyone here is a core disciple and they are 100% reliable. Besides, no one will know. However, Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh and slowly talked about how he had met Li Buyi along the way. He especially emphasized how Li Buyi had appeared and disappeared mysteriously and how he had talked about the wind and dust. After he had finished speaking, even Zhuo Buchuan showed a solemn expression. Li Buyi? There is such person. Tan Zhongqi could not help but ask, Head Palace Master, have you heard of this person? Zhuo Buchuan shook his head. Never heard of him. Among the elite warriors in the human countries, there are less than 10 people at the perfect stage. Li Buyi is not on this list. Could it be a fabricated name? Tian Zhixing, the fifth palace master said in a low voice. After a moment of silence, Zhuobuchuan opened his mouth to speak. This person could see through Wu Shuang's mask and determine one's birthdate by looking at the lines on one's hand. For sure, he is not a swindler. Most likely, he is an unworldly elite warrior. Unworldly elite warrior? Tan Zhongqi could not understand. If he is an elite warrior, I would believe it. However, all the elite warriors today have been praised to a high position. Why would they play around and waste their life? The higher one's strength, the more they would be engrossed in training. One's lifespan was limited and the Tao was endless. Who would not want to use their limited lifespan to strive for an endless Tao and achieve an immortal body? Therefore, it was impossible for a true expert to play around all the time and not cultivate, squandering away such a good time. To a martial artist, it was too tempting to live forever and have an indestructible body. Zhuobuchuan was rather calm as he said, "Everyone, no need to make unnecessary guesses. For sure, this Li Buyi has his reasons. We are just afraid that he is not an elite warrior. If he is, for sure, he does not have any ill intentions towards Wu Shuang. We do not need to worry about him exposing Wu Shuang's whereabouts." These words made sense. If he were an elite warrior, he would not be so bored as to stir up trouble and cause a storm. Zhuobuchuan said again, "Let's take a step back. Even if he is not an elite warrior and is only a swindler, what about it? Let's take another step back. Even if the archaic mysteries sect knew that Wu Shuang had killed Devil Boy, what about it? Since Devil Boy had set up the arena privately and intended to kill Zhao Wu Shuang, it proved that the archaic mysteries sect had evil intentions. Could it be that only they are allowed to target us and we are not allowed to fight back? Let him be, for this matter, since the Stargaze Palace has done it, we are not afraid to take responsibility. Being a palace master, the head palace master was usually a gentle and refined person. Although he rarely showed his outstanding temperament, it did not mean that he did not have the responsibility of a palace master. On the contrary, Zhuobuchuan was a leader that dared to take action and was able to take responsibility in crucial moments. Or else, how could he lead all the warriors at the Stargaze Palace with his gentle temperament? How could the other 4 palace masters not have any complaints about him and support him wholeheartedly? Hearing the words of the head palace master, Tan Zhongqi also nodded. It's not the first time that the Archaic Mysteries sect and the Stargaze Palace have fought each other. Wu Shuang, well done. For this matter, we should have done it this way. Only the Archaic Mysteries sect is allowed to wreak havoc in their own territory, and we are not allowed to retaliate. Especially the Archaic Mysteries sect, they had deliberately flattered the Red Dragon Empire. Clearly, they were harboring evil intentions. When those core disciples remembered the grudges between the Heavenly Lake Empire and the Great Luo Empire, each of them nodded in agreement. Qin Wushuang was also somewhat touched when he saw everyone speaking for him. If fellow disciples could share honor and disgrace, shoulder everything together, unite as one, and have a strong leader, how could such a sect not prosper? Suddenly, Zhuobuchuan frowned. "Everyone, go back and rest, it seems there are guests." After sensing for a moment, Tan Zhongqi also nodded. They are not coming with good intentions. Head Palace Master, are you going to deal with them, or should I go? I will go, you and Fifth will stay here to guard the door. Nothing must go wrong. Wei Yi and Wu Shuang, come with me to see the world. Up to this point, Qin Wushuang did not mind showing his face. Anyways, the friendly competition was about to begin. Regardless of schemes, they could not form any conspiracy at this point. They were all open schemes that could be seen on the books. Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi both stepped out and nodded. Then, they followed the head palace master out. Naturally, the other disciples did not object to Zhuobuchuan's arrangement. These two were at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force and had a qualitative difference with them. Now, as the twin stars of the Stargaze Palace, the others were naturally convinced. When they walked to the main hall of the restaurant, a large group of martial artists had surrounded the entire Pine Harmony restaurant. Each of these martial artists were at the upper sky realm. There were more than 100 of them. Each of them showed off their power and appeared unfriendly. The leader among them had an abnormally terrifying appearance. Under the dusk, He looked like a human and 70% like a ghost. He wore a white robe and his mummy-like body had almost no flesh. He was so skinny that only white bones could be seen. When he was wrapped in the white robe, one could see his bones. His face was so thin that one could see the bones as if a skull was placed on his neck. Only its pair of eyes emitted a gloomy green aura, which made it look somewhat human. Zhuobuchuan. This person opened his mouth and his tone was filled with anger. Hand over the murderer of my disciple. You guys are awesome. You will not be able to leave today. I also hope that everyone will continue to work hard. We are only 10 votes away from 1,000 votes. I hope that everyone can make this month's monthly votes reach 4 digits. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 283. As soon as this person spoke, it made one's hair stand on end. His sharp voice, plus his body and appearance, made him look like a ferocious ghost. However, as soon as he initiated his temperament, Zhuobuchuan did not dare to look down on him. He protected Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi behind him and said in a low voice, "Head by, who is your disciple? Why are you asking the Stargaze Palace for the murderer?" This person was the second head of the Archaic Mysteries sect. He was the most vicious person in the Heavenly Lake Empire. His name was Bai Gujing. It was rumored that he had practiced some kind of evil technique that could make Bai Gujing retreat. Thus, he was named Bai Gujing. Stop with the nonsense, Zhuobuchuan. I will only ask you one question. Are you going to hand it over or not? This Bai Gujing spoke with an extremely arrogant and tyrannical tone. Only, in Zhuobuchuan's eyes, his tyrannical tone was only a pretense. Zhuobuchuan glanced at these upper sky warriors surrounding the pine crane in lightly and shook his head helplessly. Head by, you have set up such a big formation. Are you trying to show off? Or are you trying to provoke us? Only, don't you think that it's unnecessary to bring such a group of people to talk to me? Zhuobuchuan's wisdom lay here. If you used force with an aggressive attitude, he would use a soft approach. He would make you unable to use your strength. Bai Gujing said eerily, Zhuobuchuan, let me ask you again. Are you going to hand over the murderer of my disciple? If you don't hand it over, I am afraid the moon will not be full today. First of all, you have many disciples under you. Who exactly was killed? Secondly, the Stargaze Palace has just arrived. How could we go to your Archaic Mysteries sect to kill someone? Thirdly, since the Archaic Mysteries sect is acting so aggressively, could it be that you think it's fun to be the local bully? Zhuobuchuan's words were clear and watertight. He left Bai Gujing with nowhere to vent his anger and could not find an opening. Bai Gujing waved his hand. Shifei Lan, come here. That core disciple wearing a headband, Shifei Lan walked over. Second uncle, I am here. Okay, tell me, that day at the 100 Battles Mountain, who challenged the arena, who fought with your junior brother Devil Boy? That Shifei Lan answered truthfully. At first, there was a person called Queen Yo or something. He was a small fish, so he was sent away. Then, an exceptional Zhao Muji from the Stargaze Palace came. That person was no match for Junior Devil Boy. Just as he was about to be killed, someone ambushed Junior Devil Boy and lured him away. After that, no one knows where he went. Bai Gujing widened his pair of green eyes and said with a sharp voice, Zhuobuchuan, did you hear that? That person must be from the Stargaze Palace. Or else, why would he save that Zhao Muji? Zhuobuchuan could not help but laugh. Head by, if you were to become an official at the government office, I don't know how many unjust, false, and wrong cases would occur. You are relying on this baseless speculation to insist that I am a disciple of the Stargaze Palace. It's somewhat strange. Moreover, Zhao Muji set off alone without any companions. How can he be considered an accomplice? Bai Gujing said angrily, if the Stargaze Palace did not intend to play tricks, why would you divide your troops? For sure, the Stargaze Palace is involved in this matter. Head by, could it be that the Stargaze Palace can predict the future and predict that the Archaic Mysteries sect would set up an arena at the 100 Battles Mountain? Thus, You sent out elite warriors to challenge the arena? You are overestimating the Stargaze Palace with your words. The Stargaze Palace does not know how to predict the future. Although Bai Gujing was vicious and cunning, he could not accept the fact that he had lost his beloved disciple. Due to his emotional state, he was rendered speechless by Zhuo Buchuan's words. Initially, he had come here to cause trouble without any evidence. He only relied on his speculation to scare the people of the Stargaze Palace. However, Zhuo Buchuan had given him the cold shoulder. However, after all, Bai Gujing was a cunning person. On one hand, he had come here to investigate the real culprit to scare the Stargaze Palace. On the other hand, how could he not want to demonstrate his power? Head Palace Master Zhuo, since you are denying it, would you dare to call out all your disciples and let me recognize them? Bai Gujing asked lightly. However, Zhuo Buchuan said, the Stargaze Palace is on par with the Archaic Mysteries sect. We have come to the territory of the Heavenly Lake Empire as guests and not criminals. Head Bai, since you have mobilized so many people, why should I let you recognize them? Regardless of emotion or reason, it's impossible. Bai Gujing said angrily, if you don't let me recognize them, then it means you have a guilty conscience. Head Bai, you usually do not accumulate virtue and speak without virtue. Are you not afraid of retribution? Zhuo Buchuan lowered his tone and changed his gentle temperament. He understood that this Bai Gujing was pressuring him step by step to test his reaction. If he was easy to talk to, for sure, this Bai Gujing would push his luck. To put it bluntly, even if the Stargaze Palace was a guest, they would not fear the Archaic Mysteries sect. Historically, the friendly competition of the three Eastern empires had an unspoken rule. To prevent the host from bullying others, the other two powerhouses would form a temporary alliance in secret. Thus, if the Archaic Mysteries sect wanted to use their geographical advantage to act recklessly, the Dragon and Tiger sect from the Vermilion Empire would not sit by and watch. Bai Gujing laughed coldly. Retribution? I have been a tyrant for almost 200 years, and I don't know what retribution is. Head Palace Master Zhuo, don't think that today's matter is over. Sooner or later, I will take it all back with interest. After looking at Zhuo Buchuan coldly for a moment, Bai Gujing waved his hand and left with a large group of people. This Bai Gujing had come in a menacing manner, but he was forced to leave after being snubbed. Naturally, he was furious. It was not because he did not want to use force, but because he knew that when facing Zhuo Buchuan, despite his powerful evil techniques, he would most likely be inferior. And even if they were to start a war with the Heavenly Lake Empire, now was not the time. If the Great Luo and the Vermilion Empire joined hands, it would not be easy to deal with them even if they had the home advantage. Thus, Bai Gujing decided to retreat for now. Inwardly, he swore, Zhuo Buchuan, let's see how long you can be proud of the Stargaze Palace. In one day, I will make you regret it. After returning to the Archaic Mysteries sect, Bai Gujing walked directly to the head palace master. The head palace master of the Archaic Mysteries sect was called Gao. He was an ambitious and ruthless figure with great foresight. Compared to Bai Gujing, he had a completely different temperament. Boss Gao, I am sure that the death of Devil Boy is related to the Stargaze Palace. Bai Gujing shouted with a cold voice. His face was ferocious and his tone was full of anger. What? Did you find any clues when you went to investigate? A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Gao's eyes. The death of Devil Boy not only made Bai Gujing depressed, it was also a huge blow to him, the head palace master. It could be said that the entire Archaic Mysteries sect had received a fatal impact. Especially in the friendly competition of the three Eastern empires, Devil Boy was supposed to win by surprise as a surprise force. Now, Devil Boy had disappeared mysteriously and had lost his life. That Zhuo Buchuan is extremely cunning and watertight. From his expression and answers, I could not see anything suspicious. However, the more he acts like this, the more suspicious I feel. Bai Gujing said angrily. Second. Gao gave a long sigh. Now, the death of Devil Boy has caused a huge setback to our plan. Regardless of who the murderer is, we will have to think about the next step. Now, we have to think about how we should deal with this friendly competition. Bai Gujing said bitterly, Too bad for my short-lived disciple. If he had not died, how could there be any suspense in this friendly competition? Boss Gao, do you think Devil Boy was killed by one of the palace masters and sect masters in disguise? From the investigation at the scene, it's not impossible. However, think about it, Devil Boy was a surprise move. No one had predicted this arena. How could those old guys have known beforehand? How could they have disguised themselves and waited for Devil Boy to make a move? No matter how he analyzed, there were flaws and he could not find a perfect solution. Bai Gujing was extremely anxious, yet he could not do anything. He changed the topic and said, "Since Devil Boy is dead, I am truly disheartened. Boss Gao, this time, the Three Kingdoms friendly competition will depend on how your sect master's disciples perform. If your prized disciple can perform exceedingly well, it's not impossible for him to win the competition. No, the Dragon and Tiger sect has always been mysterious and have many geniuses. And the Stargaze Palace also has Wei Yi, who has the natural spiritual roots. We cannot underestimate him. If the Dragon and Tiger sect only has one core disciple at the middle stage, then with the balance between the three empires, the Archaic Mysteries sect will have a great chance of winning. I am afraid that the Dragon and Tiger sect still has trump cards." However, Bai Gujing said, "How could they have so many trump cards? In the three Eastern empires, we all know each other very well. It's impossible that they could also find a trump card when we have Devil Boy who only appears once in 100 years, right? Things are unpredictable, we must always prepare for the worst." Gao Yu was extremely steady. Bai Gujing grabbed his sparse hair and looked like he was going crazy. "Devil Boy, I've let you down. If I didn't let you go to that arena, we would not be in this predicament today." Gao Yu gave a long sigh. Second, in the past few years, the Archaic Mysteries sect has not been doing well. At the Green Jade Mountain, we lost 5 elders. Now, Devil Boy has met with misfortune. If we don't change this situation, I am afraid it will affect the foundation of the Heavenly Lake Empire. Change? Bai Gujing was stunned. How? This time, the 9 Palace of the Red Dragon Empire has come to visit. It's a good opportunity. If we can build a connection with the 9 Palace, the Archaic Mysteries sect and the Heavenly Lake Empire will be able to rule over the 3 Eastern empires. Gao Yu said with a cold tone, "I talked with that law enforcer from the 9 Palace. I also sent 3rd and 4th to help them capture the fugitive. This is a good karma. Next, if we can combine the death of Devil Boy with the fugitive that the 9 Palace is pursuing, it will be a big pot of dirty water. It can form a basin of dirty water and splash it on the Stargaze Palace or the Dragon and Tiger sect." Bai Gujing laughed evilly as a pair of strange lights emerged from his green eyes. He kept nodding. "Good, Boss Gao, this is a good move. Don't drag the Dragon and Tiger sect into it, just the Stargaze Palace. Most likely, that fugitive had escaped to the Great Luo Empire. And Devil Boy also participated in the pursuit of that fugitive. However, he was killed by an unknown powerhouse. And most likely, this unknown powerhouse was the fugitive's reinforcement." When he said here, Bai Gujing and Gao Yu exchanged a glance and revealed traces of viciousness. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 284. The summer in the Heavenly Lake Empire was not very hot. After nightfall, Qin Wushuang walked on the pine and cypress path in the backyard of the Pine and Crane Inn. This Pine and Crane Inn was quiet amidst the hustle and bustle. The backyard was quiet and secluded, far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world. Qin Wushuang liked this feeling. Qin Wushuang raised his head to look at the sky. The starry sky was bright and full of stars. It was vast and deep. Each star seemed to contain countless secrets that one could not figure out. Qin Wushuang's heart was as calm as still water as he strolled on this little path. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps behind him. When he looked back, he saw a figure dressed in white. Under the starry sky, he appeared graceful and elegant. "Junior brother Qin. When that person saw Qin Wushuang, he also smiled and walked over. Senior brother Wei, are you also taking a walk here? Yes, in 4 or 5 days, the friendly competition will begin. Wei Yi sighed with emotion. Yes, the elite warriors of the young generation from the 3 Eastern empires will gather together. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we must take them out for a walk. Qin Wushuang followed and said. Wei Yi raised his head to look at the vast starry sky and said with a serious tone, Junior brother Qin, you have only entered the sect for a year. Most likely, you don't know much about many things. Do you know why the 3 empires place such importance on this friendly competition? I don't know about this, please enlighten me. Wei Yi sighed, speaking of which, it's really hard to explain in a few words. To the east of the 3 Eastern empires is the endless Eastern Sea. This endless Eastern Sea is one of the most mysterious areas in the entire Tian Shen land. It is boundless and at least 1,000 times wider than our human countries. To the human countries, that endless Eastern Sea is a forbidden area. It is a place that no one can touch. Because of this, the human countries are full of curiosity about this forbidden area. It is rumored that this endless Eastern Sea is full of fortuitous opportunities and different miraculous things. In the past, the 3 Eastern empires would occasionally send adventurers to challenge the endless Eastern Sea. However, in the end, only a few survived. Thus, in the end, the 3 Eastern empires reached an agreement to seal off the endless Eastern Sea. Regardless of which country, no adventurers are allowed to enter the endless Eastern Sea. Qin Wushuang listened patiently. When he had just entered the sect, he had heard his master, Tan Zhengqi, talk about a few places. He said that the human countries should not be easily offended. One of the names was this endless Eastern Sea. So there was such a story. Senior brother Wei, what is the relationship between that endless Eastern Sea and the friendly competition? Wei Yi nodded and continued to speak. After the 3 Eastern empires reached an agreement, it was peaceful for a few dozen years. However, later on, he felt somewhat unwilling to leave such a giant treasure house like the endless Eastern Sea unexplored. Thus, the 3 countries agreed to hold an exchange competition once every 20 years. According to the ranking of the competition, they would explore the endless Eastern Sea once every 20 years. As for the quota, it would decrease according to the ranking. The champion can have 10 people, the runner-up can only have 6 people, and the last place can only have 4 people. Explore the endless Eastern Sea? Qin Wushuang could not help but feel somewhat suspicious. Since that place is listed as a forbidden area, why would we explore it? For such exploration, of course, we would stop at a superficial level. At most, we could only go 3,000 miles and not go any further. Although the sea within the 3,000 miles is dangerous, there is still a limit. Once we go out of the 3,000 miles, it would be dangerous at every step. The waves are emptier than the sky and the water flow is as rapid as boiling water. Whirlpools, waves, and tsunamis could come at any time. Wei Yi gave a long sigh. For these things, I only heard about it from the elders. As for the exact feeling of exploring the endless Eastern Sea, I don't know. Finally, Qin Wushuang understood. In the end, the friendly competition was a competition for a spot. This way, exploring the endless Eastern Sea was certainly an exceptional opportunity. That was why the 3 great empires were fighting for this spot. Senior brother Wei, since ancient times, have you gained any great gains from exploring this endless Eastern Sea? I have never heard of any great gains. Wei Yi said with a smile. However, apparently, each sect had tasted the sweetness. Or else, how could they be so passionate about this friendly competition? Qin Wushuang thought it made sense. If there were no gains, why would they care so much about an imaginary ranking? Naturally, the competition for that spot held great significance to exploring the endless Eastern Sea. In this world, the rules were similar to his former world. One would not rise early if there were no benefits. For sure, the 3 great empires had their own reasons for working so hard. On the surface, all the major sects of the 3 empires are qualified to participate in this friendly competition. However, in fact, those small sects are only there to serve as a contrast. The friendly competition is mainly a competition between the Stargaze Palace, the Archaic Mysteries sect, and the Dragon and Tiger sect. Everything else is just a small interlude that can be dispensed with. Wei Yi laughed straightforwardly and suddenly asked, "Junior brother Qin, do you have any personal goals for this competition?" Qin Wushuang was stunned as he shook his head. "I know nothing about the rules of this friendly competition. I don't even know what the competition is. Of course, it's not a personal goal. However, I see that the head palace master and my teacher are extremely passionate about this competition. I can see that they place great importance on it. The elders are so eager. As juniors, we can only do our best to win the championship and make them happy." Wei Yi nodded seriously. "That's right. Since junior brother Qin knows nothing about the rules, I have studied the rules. Since I have some free time, I will tell you about it." Qin Wushuang said happily. "Indeed, I couldn't ask for more." For half a year, Qin Wushuang had been living in seclusion at the Qin house. When he returned to the Stargaze Palace, he left after seeing his teacher. And Tan Zhongqi was also prepared to tell him the rules after he arrived at the Heavenly Lake Empire to prevent him from getting distracted. Today, when they had just gathered, Tan Zhongqi did not even have the time to explain the rules. Wei Yi said, "The friendly competition is somewhat similar to the year-end exam at the Stargaze Palace. However, it is not the same. It is divided into 3 sections. Each country can only send 16 young disciples to participate. And for these 16 young disciples, there are some rules. Each country's number 1 sect will send 10 people, and the other sects will send 6. In total, there will be 16 people." When he said here, Wei Yi paused for a moment and continued, "The first section will not count points. It will be an elimination round. Among the 48 people from the 3 empires, half of them will be eliminated. The remaining half will automatically enter the second section and start the official competition." Eliminate half of them? Will half of them be eliminated from each country, or will half be eliminated regardless of nationality? Regardless of nationality, half will be eliminated. Wei Yi said seriously, "In this first round, no points will be counted. However, the competition will start from the first round. The performance of this round will determine the number of people from each country entering the semi-final. Think about it, if the result of the first round is not ideal. If the number of people entering the semi-final is lower than the average of 8, it will be troublesome. It is because in the semi-final, the difference between having 1 more person and 1 less person is sometimes decisive. Unless one of the top 2 people from each country appears. 1 person is worth 2. Qin Wushuang smiled. "Me and senior brother Wei should be worth 2 initial stage warriors. It should not be a problem, right?" "Of course, it will not be a problem." Wei Yi also explained with a smile. "However, each country has middle stage warriors. Thus, sometimes, this advantage will cancel each other out." Of course, this time, the Stargaze Palace has 2 middle stage warriors. This advantage will most likely become the decisive factor. If the other 2 countries do not have any trump cards and only have 1 middle stage warrior each, then we will have the advantage in this section. To a large extent, it will determine the final direction of the friendly competition. Wei Yi sighed. "Along the way, I could also feel the expectations from my fellow disciples and the pressure from being the senior brother. At that time, I thought that if junior brother Qin was here, for sure, the situation in the Stargaze Palace would be different. Unexpectedly, junior brother Qin is still here. You don't know that with your appearance, half of the pressure on my shoulders has been removed. I also look forward to fighting the enemies together with you and fighting for the honor for the Stargaze Palace." Wei Yi laughed. "Back to the topic, the rules of that first round of elimination are similar to that martial arts student exam. The format is similar, but the content is somewhat different. You just need to know the details. When the time comes, you will know the detailed rules. Compared to that martial arts student exam, there will be less chance and more certainty. It will be stricter in terms of stage, strength, and other aspects. It will be clear whether you are strong or weak. Thus, the chance of an upset is not 100%, but it will be minimal. After the elimination round, The second round will also be a variety of tests. There will also be a score evaluation. Then, it will be the third round. The third round will be the true main theme, martial arts competition. Martial arts competition could be said to be the most popular and the most direct form of competition in the Tianxian land. Although this method was primitive and monotonous, it was the most convincing. Now, Qin Wushuang understood why the Stargaze Palace would organize a year-end exam every year. As it turned out, the frequent tests were targeted and not completely meaningless. And of course, this targeted competition was the friendly competition between the three Eastern empires. The format was similar and the content was similar. When Qin Wushuang heard up to this point, he also had some understanding. If that was the case, then everything would not be strange. However, Wei Yi said, "Junior brother Qin, this martial arts competition is different from the Stargaze Palace's rounds of advancement. It will not allow any drawing of lots. In other words, it is not an elimination ranking competition. However, it also has the cruelty of an elimination round. There are two possibilities of either continuing or getting eliminated." Oh! On the other hand, Qin Wushuang felt a burst of curiosity. "Senior brother Wei, what is the exact content of this martial arts competition?" Hearing Wei Yi's words, Qin Wushuang could not help but become interested in the rules of this martial arts competition. "Sorry, I was delayed tonight. That's why the update is late. However, the fifth update will not be short. There are still 2 more updates. I will try to finish it before 2220. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading." Chapter 285. Wei Yi explained slowly. For this martial arts competition, first of all, it depends on the number of people from each country that entered the semi-final. If you have more spots, you will have an advantage. More spots will give you an advantage. From Qin Wushuang's point of view, the martial arts competition relied on real skills. If you had more people, it would be useless if you met someone stronger. Yes, this advantage is obvious, Wei Yi said with a determined tone. For example, if there is a country that has 8 people entering the semi-final. Then, among these 8 people, half of them would be defenders and the other half would be attackers. Any of the contestants in the arena had 4 chances to challenge another country. In total, the opponents would be 2 countries. In total, it would be 8 chances. Of course, this is only a theoretical challenge. Perhaps, some weak candidates would lose the first challenge. Then, they would be disqualified directly. Without the chance to challenge, they could only be challenged. And according to the rules, the challengers would be the attackers. Only the attackers would have points. Regardless of winning or losing, those who are challenged would be defenders and would not have the qualifications to get points. To ordinary people, there would not be much difference between 2 or 8 chances. However, to elite warriors, 2 or 8 chances would mean many more chances to earn point. When he said here, Qin Wushuang glanced at Qin Wushuang meaningfully. In other words, if a country only had 7 places to enter the semifinals, not only would the distribution of attackers and defenders be less than other countries, resulting in an imbalance between offense and defense. This disadvantage would be very obvious. Qin Wushuang understood the meaning behind this glance. Indeed, he and Wei Yi were both elite warriors from the Stargaze Palace. Thus, perhaps, only the 2 of them would have the opportunity to earn points. Junior brother Qin, these challenges are not repeated mechanically. After each challenge, the difficulty of the next challenge would increase. The first time, it would be 1-on-1. The second time, it would be 1-on-2, and so on. This time, Qin Wushuang finally understood why Wei Yi said that the content of this competition was different. Indeed, it sounded completely different. It also avoided any chance of drawing lots. The first challenge would be 1-on-1. For each subsequent challenge, the number of opponents would increase by 1. Naturally, the difficulty level would continue to increase. However, Qin Wushuang asked, but what if a certain country has 9 or even 10 people who enter the semifinals? The corner of Wei Yi's mouth twitched, and he said seriously, 9 people, the number of times they can attack the arena is still 4. If it's 10 people, they will have 5 chances. Their advantage in numbers was about to be revealed. If a country has 3 defenders, then the attacking side will win the 3rd round. In the 4th round, if the defending side doesn't have enough people, it's equivalent to losing without a fight and letting the other side gain points for nothing. Qin Wushuang's heart trembled. Only now did he understand why the number of people who qualified after the preliminary round was so important. According to this calculation, if someone could really win consecutively during the challenge, the advantage in the quota would be too obvious. Smiling faintly, Qin Wushuang was not overly excited. Instead, he said, fighting 1 against 3, or even 1 against 4, the chances of victory are still slim. However, Wei Yi shook his head and said, it's not uncertain. This is 1 against 4. You don't have to defeat all 4 to win. You only need to defeat any one of them in a 1 versus 4 battle to win. Because if you can defeat one of the opponents in a situation where you are outnumbered, it means you have the upper hand. Therefore, for the defending side, it is very important to restrain the opponent. If you can restrain the opponent within the stipulated time and make him unable to defeat any one of them, it will be considered a successful defending side. Defeating one of them was considered a victory. For the defending side, this was indeed very difficult. Qin Wushuang couldn't help but ask, if that's the case, wouldn't the defending side's tacit understanding and cooperation be very important? If there is a superior formation, wouldn't it be easy to deal with this situation? Wei Yi sighed and said, among the major forces of the 3 eastern countries, there is no one who has a superior formation. However, the rules of the competition are that the defending side of each country cannot use formations. They can only rely on simple tacit understanding and cooperation, and cannot use group attack and group defense formations. This challenge is mainly about the defending side of the arena, not the defending side of the arena. Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly again and again. This rule is too much of an individual's strength. The rules are like this, it is to highlight a strong individual's strength. However, on the other hand, isn't this beneficial to you, junior brother Qin? Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh and said, I only hope that I can win glory for the sect and do my best. By the way, senior brother Wei, how do we calculate the points of this challenge? It's simple, each defending side of the arena will count as 10 points. After accumulating, it will be the total points of the individual. For example, if you win the 1st round, you will get 10 points. If you win the 2nd round, you will get 20 points, and the 3rd round will get 30 points. After accumulating, in the end, it will be the total points of the individual. And when the points of all the participants from each country are added together, it will be the total points of the entire country. Since Wei Yi had explained it clearly, Qin Wushuang naturally understood. Senior brother Wei, in the martial arts competition, shouldn't there be a clear division of labor between the attacking and defending side of the arena? Both attack and defense must be balanced. It would be useless if one side were to appear. When you attack the arena, you will get all the points. However, when you defend the arena, you will be forced to retreat. Advancing and retreating would be useless. Yes, in such martial arts competition, the balance of attack and defense is extremely important. Thus, it would be an ideal situation to have 2 middle stage warriors. One will be in charge of the defending side, and the other one will be in charge of the attacking side. With both offense and defense, it would be invincible. Qin Wushuang moved his brows and revealed a knowing smile. Apparently, for the Stargaze Palace side, for sure, these 2 would be in charge of one side each. Of course, there was not much difference between being in charge of offense and defense. It did not mean that one must be in charge of defense if they had strong defensive skills. It would not be useful to have a strong defensive power in a situation where there were many of them. One must also have the power to attack. Or else, if one of your side was defeated, it would count as a failure to defend the arena. It would be useless regardless of how good your defense was. You must ensure that your teammate would not be defeated. Only then, it would count as a successful defense. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel somewhat confused. Senior brother Wei Yi, if one of the defending side were to get injured, then what would happen to the empty spot? Basically, for this arena competition, only the winner and loser will be determined, and not life and death. Even if there are some injuries, it would not affect the overall situation. However, if they are unable to fight due to serious injuries, they would have to bear the consequences. If there are only 4 people defending the arena, and one of them is unable to fight, then it would only be 3 people. Then, for the opponent's challenge, as long as they can pass the 3rd round, they would have won the 4th round without a fight. Thus, to the defending side, they would not be able to see the merits, but the mission would be extremely dangerous. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. This rule is truly abnormal. Both of them laughed. On the Stargaze Palace side, with these 2 in charge, regardless of attacking or defending the arena, they would have the confidence to win. Junior brother Qin, this is not our first time working together. I hope the result this time will be more resplendent and magnificent than last time. Last time, they had worked together to kill that elder Chen Jun in grey robes. This time, they would be facing the big stage of the friendly competition. Their performance would directly determine the final result of the Great Luo Empire. The 2 of them clapped their hands and made an oath. Although they did not speak any heroic words, everything was understood without words. From each other's eyes, they had read the determination and courage to win. Okay, junior brother Qin, it's getting late, get some rest. This martial arts competition is only the 3rd round. It's the final battle. Don't think too much, let's walk step by step. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Okay. The 2 of them waved goodbye. Qin Wushuang returned to his room and carefully digested the rules. He knew that this 3rd round would be the most crucial and would determine the outcome. For this night, Qin Wushuang had a good rest. The next morning, according to the arrangement, all the powerhouses of the Great Luo gathered together and waited for the Stargaze Palace's arrangements. Since the rules required that the strongest sects in each country could only send out 10 people, the other 6 must be sent out by other powerhouses. Then, they could only follow the rules. This selection took 2 or 3 days. Finally, they had selected 6 relatively outstanding candidates. However, compared to the group of core disciples from the Stargaze Palace, these elite disciples from their own sects could not help but pale in comparison. Without a doubt, these 6 spots were just for show. To enter the semifinals, they must rely on the 10 core disciples from the Stargaze Palace. Regarding the semifinals, Zhuo Buchuan and the other palace masters did not ask for too much. Zhuo Buchuan said, from previous experiences, usually, there would not be any accidents with 8 spots from each country. Rarely, there would be an uneven distribution of spots. However, you must not let down your guard. We will not ask for 9 spots. However, we must protect the 8 spots no matter what. Or else, in the end, there will be an imbalance in the distribution of offense and defense. It will greatly affect the overall situation. All the participants nodded. This was something that everyone understood without needing to be explained. Naturally, the 10 spots from the Stargaze Palace were the top 10 that had gone to the Green Jade Mountain for business. After 20 years of waiting, 20 years of reincarnation, the friendly competition between the 3 empires had finally begun with a bang. Outside the mountain square of the Archaic Mysteries sect of the Heavenly Lake Empire, a grand opening ceremony was held as scheduled. And the participants from each country were also present. Each of their faces was filled with expectation. They were waiting for the end of this boring ceremony to get to the main topic. After the ceremony, the 3 strongest warriors from the Stargaze Palace, the Archaic Mysteries sect, and the Dragon and Tiger sect stood together and announced the start of the competition. Of course, the first part was to hand in the list of participants. Each of them had 3 copies of the list. They would keep one and give the other 2 to their opponents. After the list had been handed over, it was time to match the names of the participants to prevent any problems such as cheating. When the Archaic Mysteries sect had read the name Qin Wushuang, all the higher-ups of the sect had a change of expression. Qin Wushuang? Didn't this person die at the Green Jade Mountain? Because of this, the Stargaze Palace had fought with the Archaic Mysteries sect for a long time. How come he had appeared at this time? I am at fault. Today I am writing too slowly. Most likely, I will not be able to write the 5th chapter at 22:20. Most likely, the 5th chapter will be delayed until 11 p.m. Those who cannot wait, go to sleep and read it tomorrow. I will not be lazy, for sure. I will write the 5th chapter. I will do what I say and never go back on my word. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 286. The face of those heads of the Archaic Mysteries sect became serious. Apparently, they all realized that they had been tricked by the Stargaze Palace during the battle at the Green Jade Mountain. The Stargaze Palace had announced that they had lost an Upper Sky Core disciple. Wasn't it this Qin Wushuang? Now, how come this Qin Wushuang had come to participate in the friendly competition? Gaou could not help but mock. Head Palace Master Zhuo, the Stargaze Palace has been scheming. Did you say that a living person was a dead person to confuse the eyes and ears of the Archaic Mysteries sect? Zhuo Buchuan also did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he could not explain and could only say half-heartedly, "Nothing is too deceitful in war." Gaou said angrily, "You guys are playing tricks, it has nothing to do with the Archaic Mysteries sect." However, the person who did not die, on that day, your great Luo was entangled with the Heavenly Lake Empire. Clearly, you were fishing in troubled waters, and a thief calling out to catch a thief. However, Zhuo Buchuan shook his head. No, it's natural for the great Luo to defend the Green Jade Mountain. It's the right of a sovereign country. And those powerhouses that do not have the right to rule the Green Jade Mountain and want to mess around inside are the real thieves, right? Or else, why would you act so sneakily and go for wool and come home shorn? Nonsense. Gaou scolded angrily. Everyone knows that half of the Green Jade Mountain belongs to the Heavenly Lake Empire. Since when did the great Luo own it exclusively? It's useless to say more. Currently, the Green Jade Mountain is in ruins. Sect Master Gaou wouldn't even let those ruins go, right? Gaou's face turned ashen. What value did the current Green Jade Mountain have? When this Zhuo Buchuan spoke sarcastic words, how could he know that he was feeling sorry for those 5 elders? On the other hand, Shi Chenglong, the head of the Dragon and Tiger sect, smiled. You too, at this moment, you are still in the mood to bicker. There are so many candidates below the stage waiting for us to verify their identities and announce the rules. Shi Chenglong's words made Gaou feel even more frustrated. However, he did not lose his temper. On the other hand, Zhuo Buchuan was at ease as if he had a card up his sleeve and was not worried at all. The verification of identities was not complicated and it was completed soon. After the verification, he started announcing the rules. Indeed, as Wei Yi had said, the rules of the first round were somewhat similar to that martial arts student exam Qin Wushuang had participated. It was also to find the jade plates. However, the search for the jade tablet this time was completely different from the last time. The jade tokens this time were made at the last minute. Furthermore, they were tailor-made for each person. Each person had 10 jade tokens. These 10 jade tokens would be infused with the spiritual power in each participant's chi-si. Then, they would be sealed and thrown into the training ground. These jade tokens all had their own spiritual aura. Therefore, each contestant had to rely on this spiritual aura to search for their own jade token. This was a test of the contestant's spiritual energy realm and sensitivity to spiritual energy. In the end, it was a test of cultivation level. It was no wonder that Wei Yi would say that the difference between the strong and the weak would be very obvious here. Those with low cultivation bases wouldn't be able to sense the jade medallion as well as those with high cultivation bases. Thus, in a limited amount of time, there would be a difference in the number of cards obtained. The most important thing was that each of these 10 jade tokens had a different level. From 1 point to 10 points, the difficulty would increase and the hidden depth would increase. In other words, it might be easy to find 1 point, 2 or 3 points. However, the further it went, the more difficult it would be. And in the final competition, the total score would be calculated. Thus, the difference between the strong and the weak would be reflected without a doubt. Qin Wushuang digested this rule and laughed inwardly. Although the content is different, it is still to find the jade tokens. With the experience from last time, this time, I have gained a little advantage. Of course, since the rules were different, it would determine his strategy to change accordingly. For these jade tokens, besides the one that corresponded to him, the others were not related to him. He would not be able to tell who they belonged to. Thus, even if he saw them, he could not take them or destroy them. It was because he could not guarantee whether the one he destroyed belonged to the enemy or his own country. Of course, there was another point. The contestants were not allowed to attack each other. All in all, the only mission of every single person was to wholeheartedly search for the 10 jade tokens that belonged to them. Everything else was of no importance and was useless. Even if you found 100 other people's jade tokens and defeated all your opponents, it would be useless. In the first round of the competition, only the 10 jade tokens that belonged to him were recognized. The more he found, the more he would get. The rules were simple, but the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the first round of the semifinals, the trial area is only 300 miles. But I must tell you, if you find other people's jade tokens, it is best not to dig them out. Because, there is a 2/3 chance that you will be helping your opponent. And there is only a 1/3 chance that you will be helping your own country's contestants. You should know how to weigh the pros and cons of this. Therefore, you only have one goal, and that is to search for your own jade tokens wholeheartedly. The time limit is only 3 days. It is very short and hurried. This also means that in these 3 days and 3 nights, you must not stop. You cannot be the slightest bit careless or careless. And because the time limit is short, the final result will be very clear. Remember, there are a total of 48 of you. The 480 jade tokens will be stored by the 3 leaders of the 3 empires. Every storage will be done fairly. And the degree of difficulty will also be very reasonable. There will never be a situation where some people find it easy and others find it difficult. This kind of exchange competition had gone through many rounds. Basically, it was impossible for the host to have any possibility of cheating. Because the trial area they provided also had to be decided by the leaders of the 3 empires. Then, they would let the contestants adapt for 2 days before the competition officially began. In this way, the host would also avoid any geographical advantage. After the announcement of the first round of the competition, they began to collect each contestant's spiritual energy and create their corresponding jade tokens. This procedure also required the joint supervision of the 3 leaders. Every contestant went up on stage one by one and poured in spiritual energy. The amount must be exactly the same. Otherwise, the amount of spiritual energy in the jade token would also affect the degree of difficulty in finding the jade token. After all, if there was more spiritual energy, it would naturally be much easier to sense. When it was Qin Wushuang's turn, he did not show off too much. He generously poured in his spiritual energy and made the 10 jade tokens. Only then did he go down. When all the contestants had completed this procedure, the most depressed one was the head of the Archaic Mysteries sect, Gaou. During this process, he had been paying attention to the situation of each contestant. Especially the contestants from the 2 empires, he had been observing them without missing a single one. He discovered with depression that regardless of the Stargaze Palace or the Dragon and Tiger sect, they both had 2 middle stage warriors. And now, as the host, the Archaic Mysteries sect only had 1 middle stage warrior left. He was Gaou's head disciple, Luo Guiyun. Luo Guiyun was the only one with the natural spiritual roots in the Heavenly Lake Empire. He was slightly older than Wei Yi. Currently, he also had a high level of strength and was the publicly recognized leader of the Archaic Mysteries sect. And Devil Boy, a rising star among the younger generation, had looked down on everything. Yet, he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect to this senior brother Luo Guiyun. It was apparent that Luo Guiyun was powerful. At least, he could make Devil Boy fearful of him. His strength and temperament were extraordinary. Only, in this friendly competition, if each of the opponents had 2 middle-stage warriors and the Heavenly Lake Empire only had one, it would be troublesome. Inwardly, Gaou was furious and held a grudge against Devil Boy's death. However, up to this point, the Heavenly Lake Empire had no other choice but to press on. After all, middle-stage warriors were not cabbages or radishes that could not be produced easily. Inwardly, he swore, the Stargaze Palace is cunning and did not hesitate to spread rumors to confuse people. The Dragon and Tiger sect has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They also have 2 core disciples at the middle stage. Indeed, it's troublesome. It seems that I must not let down my guard for any of the houses. Too bad for Devil Boy. If he was here, with his attack power, he would be in charge of attacking and Guyun would be in charge of defending. With one attacking and one defending, how could I let those 2 take advantage? Although he felt depressed, he could only accept the reality. I only hope that this time, I can build a relationship with the Red Dragon Empire. If I can build a relationship with the Red Dragon Empire, I can still regret it even if my results are not ideal. For that endless Eastern Sea, it's one thing to explore it with those 2 countries. It's also one thing to explore it with the Red Dragon Empire. If I can pull the Red Dragon Empire onto the big ship to explore the endless Eastern Sea, why would I care about their thoughts? Inwardly, Gaou was calculating rapidly. He had already started to think of other methods. Zhuobuchuan had been observing Gaou with cold eyes. When he saw that Gaou was expressionless, yet viciousness emerged from the corner of his eyes from time to time, he could not help but be on guard. And the Dragon and Tiger sect's dragon head, Shi Chenglong, was also observing Gaou. Inwardly, he was also on guard. He exchanged a glance with Zhuobuchuan and they both understood each other. At the Heavenly Lake Empire, these guests could not be careless. After all the matters had been discussed, the contestants were dismissed for now. The 3 leaders, on the other hand, chose the location for the first round. They chose a training ground that was 300 miles wide. After the selection, the contestants would have 2 days to get used to the place and understand it. This was to be fair and to prevent the Archaic Mysteries sect from taking advantage of the geographical location. With 2 days to get used to the place, regardless of the contestants from the Great Luo or the Vermilion Empire, they would not be unfamiliar with the place. After getting used to the place, the 3 leaders started to bury those jade plates. The place where they buried them was also random. This also prevented the possibility of the Archaic Mysteries sect cheating with their disciples. And after arranging these jade plates, these 3 leaders would not leave each other's side until the end of the first round. This way, the possibility of leaking information would also be cut off. Everything was ready, except for the east wind. On the 7th day of the 7th month, the first round of the competition had officially started. All 48 contestants were thrown into this 300 miles training ground in 48 directions. 300 kilometers was not considered very far, but if 48 people were to enter, it would be like 48 stones being thrown into a river. There would not be any sense of crowding. Qin Wushuang calmed down and took a deep breath. He knew that a new battle had begun. This time, it was no longer a competition between sects. It was a genuine battle for the country, for the sects, and for the survival and status of the Great Luo Empire. Phew, it's finally done. This transitional chapter is much more difficult to write than the main plot. It's like building a house, the foundation and framework are more difficult. Laying bricks is much easier. Hehe, the next step is laying bricks. Brothers, let's continue. By the way, I recommend a book, The Beauty's Guardian. Book number 1724419. Author, Super Jackal. The valiant life of a flashy man. The man who is called the Beauty's Guardian by everyone, possessing the strength to make all the mothers-in-law in the world fall in love with him, this super Evildor is worried about which family's daughter to choose. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 287. To Qin Wushuang, such preliminary competition was not challenging at all. He was more curious about what senior brother Wei Yi had said about the secrets of the endless Eastern Sea. If the endless Eastern Sea was truly that mysterious, it would be worth exploring. Regardless, since the palace masters of the Stargaze Palace placed such importance on this competition, then the exploration of that endless Eastern Sea would be extremely important. Qin Wushuang decided to exert all his efforts. Currently, among the younger generation of the three Eastern empires, Qin Wushuang was definitely one of the best. Thus, although this preliminary competition was somewhat difficult, it was not difficult for him. In the first day, Qin Wushuang had successfully found 7 jade plates. With the result of the first day, it would not be a problem for him to enter the semifinals. Qin Wushuang did not want to show off his talent. On the first night, he did not make a move. Instead, he found a relatively remote place to conserve his energy. Thinking about it, it was also fortunate that when he absorbed the spiritual power of the ghost boy, he deliberately found a corner to completely integrate the spiritual power. Otherwise, when making these jade cards and injecting spiritual power, if the head of the Tianji sect, Gaou, felt a sense of familiarity, then it would inevitably be troublesome. After a night, Qin Wushuang made a move again. He decided to finish the task a day earlier. In total, he had 3 days. If he finished it a day earlier, he would not appear to be in the limelight and could save a day. Thus, on the second day, Qin Wushuang's speed had increased significantly. He wandered around and searched for the remaining 3 jade plates that belonged to him. It wasn't long before he found the 8th spiritual power jade medallion that belonged to him in a small creek under a mountain stream. For sure, the next 2 must be in a more hidden and difficult to find places. The difficulty of this 8th piece is already like this. I believe that at this level of difficulty, most people would not be able to find their jade plates. As Qin Wushuang thought about it, he did not stop and continued to search. It wasn't until noon that Qin Wushuang found his 9th jade pendant under the grass near a cave. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly saw a figure flash in front of him. He saw Zhao Muji coming out from the other side of the valley. When he saw Qin Wushuang, Zhao Muji said happily, "Junior Marshal Brother Qin, what a coincidence. 300 miles, 48 people, there was still a chance for them to meet." However, this was the first time that Qin Wushuang had met a disciple from his own sect. This was not because of other people, but because Qin Wushuang had always kept a low profile. He rarely went to crowded places, so he rarely met people. "Senior brother Zhao, how's your harvest?" "Hehe, I'm looking for the 7th piece. Previously, I thought that this kind of test content was simply rubbish. Now, it seems that it's not as easy as I thought." Zhao Muji sighed and said, "But my luck is good. I found the most difficult 10-point tile." Haha. He had 6 jade plates in his hand. "Oh right, junior brother Qin, how's your harvest?" "Same as you, I'm looking for the 8th piece." Qin Wushuang made up a lie out of kindness. He did not want his fellow disciples to feel awkward before his power. Stunned, Zhao Muji nodded. "Yes, you should be able to find all of them in 3 days, right? I will try to find 8 or 9 pieces. I wonder how the other disciples are doing?" Qin Wushuang asked curiously. Zhao Muji said, "I met Ju Fu. Like me, she is looking for the 7th one. Senior brother Wei is looking for the 9th one. No wonder you two are the best in the Stargaze Palace." Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. Although the points from this preliminary round will not carry into the semi-final round, it will affect the spots. I only hope that all of us can advance smoothly. This way, we will have a greater chance in the semi-final round. By the way, senior brother Zhao, I've concluded that the probability of hiding jade plates is higher in the valley and cave area. If you meet someone from the same sect, you can share these with them. Okay. Zhao Muji kept nodding. Time is tight, let's not chat anymore. Let's keep working hard. The 2 of them nodded, smiled at each other and left. Naturally, Qin Wushuang did not feel any pressure when he had obtained the 9 jade plates. Even if he did not look for that 10th jade plate, he would still find it. Finally, in the evening, before the sun had set, Qin Wushuang found the 10th jade plate that belonged to him in one of the cracks of the cliff. Just when he was about to jump up from that sheer cliff, suddenly, he felt his hand had loosened. The rock that he had used to climb up fell down and Qin Wushuang's body slid down. Next, Qin Wushuang felt that a large area of the mountain kept falling down. That situation seemed to be the legendary landslide. And the cliff below Qin Wushuang was tens of thousands of meters deep. Unless he could transform into a bird, or else, once he fell down, he would only end up with his body smashed into pieces. Even an elite warrior at the perfect stage would not be able to do anything. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wushuang felt a wave of spiritual qi from the top of the cliff. Behind this wave, there was a cold sneer that was sent down lightly. Qin Wushuang realized that it was not a landslide, but a man-made one. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang did not panic despite his busy schedule. He flicked his sleeve and the snake-shaped soft whip had already wrapped around a tree that protruded from the sheer cliff 6 meters away. Just by borrowing the force, Qin Wushuang's body swayed and shot horizontally like a pendulum clock. Again, he borrowed the force and moved horizontally to the side. He knew that he could not jump up. Or else, if this person was still waiting for him up there, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? In a hurry, in his passive position, if the enemy wanted to attack him slightly, he would have no way to retreat and could only fall down the 10,000 meters cliff. In such a short time, Qin Wushuang had considered all kinds of situations. He kept moving horizontally. Instead of going up, he kept falling down. He knew that the closer his body was to the bottom of the cliff, the less the enemy's destructive power would affect him. Finally, Qin Wushuang stopped when he had dropped 10 meters below the ground. Don't underestimate those few moves. In fact, Qin Wushuang had used all of his methods to escape from danger. The enemy's plan was extremely vicious. It seemed that they had been lying in ambush for a long time in the surrounding area and prepared to ambush him. Who is it? Qin Wushuang leaned against the sheer cliff and felt the hostility. After a moment, he realized that the enemy should have already left. Could it be that he thought that his ambush would succeed? He didn't even have the interest to come over and take a look. Qin Wushuang kept analyzing in his mind. He felt that this matter was most likely related to the disciples of the archaic mysteries sect. Besides, to be able to grasp the timing so accurately in such a short period of time, and to be able to crack the stone wall of the cliff by himself, this method seemed to have surpassed the scope of the initial stage of the spiritual martial force. I just don't know if this person had already ambushed others. Vividly, Qin Wushuang was worried. What if it were other disciples of the Stargaze Palace? They would not have survived this attack. If Qin Wushuang did not have that snake-shaped soft whip and had dodged 2 meters away in a flash, most likely he would have only one ending. That would be to fall off the cliff and be smashed into pieces. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang felt somewhat angry inwardly. Of course, he would not consider the rules. The rules did not allow the participants to attack each other in the preliminary round. However, since this person dared to make a move, for sure, he would be able to evade the eyes and ears of others. He would only come once. Whether he succeeded or not, he would retreat immediately and not leave any traces. Even if Qin Wushuang went up now, he would not be able to find out who had made the move. Indeed, it's a good plan. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was burning with anger. This person wanted to take his life as soon as he made a move. If Qin Wushuang knew who this person was, of course, he would not let him go. Don't let me know who you are. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang thought with hatred as he climbed up the cliff. When he arrived at the top of the cliff, he saw that the 1-meter-wide stone wall had completely collapsed at his previous position. It had sunk 6 or 7 meters deep. The mountain rocks kept rolling down. If a person was there, for sure, he would have been pressed down the cliff. With lingering fear, Qin Wushuang glanced around coldly to make sure that this person had left. Then, he left angrily. Although he had already acquired the 10 jade plates, he had changed his mind and would not leave the arena for the time being. Now, with the existence of an enemy that specialized in ambushing people from the dark, his fellow disciples from the Stargaze Palace would inevitably be harassed by him. Thus, Qin Wushuang decided to stay and protect his fellow disciples. At the same time, he would also observe who this person was. Since you don't follow the rules, then let's play outside the rules. Qin Wushuang sneered. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw Miao Zhengxia, the head disciple of the fifth palace master, walking towards the cliff where he had been. Qin Wushuang immediately called out, "Senior brother Miao, where are you going?" When Miao Zhengxia saw that it was Qin Wushuang, he laughed. "I sensed that there seemed to be a jade plate ahead, so I'm going to take a look. Only, this spiritual qi presence is extremely weak and intermittent. I don't know if it's accurate." However, Qin Wushuang asked, "How many have you found?" "I am ashamed, I am only looking for the seventh one." "What about you? Have you found everything?" Qin Wushuang nodded. "I have collected everything. Senior brother Miao, I will go with you. There is a cliff ahead, and it's extremely steep. I almost suffered a great loss there." Immediately, he explained the situation at the cliff. Miao Zhengxia's expression changed slightly. "Do you know who the killer is? That person is extremely cunning. After that attack, he disappeared. We don't have any clues." Then, he said to Miao Zhengxia, "I am going to protect you. This way, we will not need to be afraid of those evil people sneaking up on us Stargaze disciples." Miao Zhengxia said gratefully, "Junior brother Qin is warm-hearted and truly admirable. If I go back this time, I will find junior brother Lu and junior brother Ji Yu. I will ask them to let go of the grudges between the West Chu and you. They must not hold any grudges. Senior brother Miao, you are too polite. Now, we are working for the sect and for the great Luo Empire. Let's go." 2 silhouettes flew towards the cliff. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 288. With Qin Wushuang's protection, Miao Zhengxia did not encounter any real threats after obtaining the jade plates. Soon, he found his 7th jade plate. After leaving this place, Qin Wushuang and Miao Zhengxia agreed to spread the information about the sneak attack. When they met any disciples of the Stargaze Palace, they would warn them to prevent them from suffering a great loss. Qin Wushuang had completed his task of finding the jade plates without any burden. Thus, he was much more efficient than Miao Zhengxia when he spread the information. Especially at night, if that person intended to sneak attack, he must be on guard. According to the rules, whoever attacked the opponent would affect the result of the entire country. Therefore, sneak attacks were strenuous and unrewarding, and rarely happened in the preliminary rounds. However, Qin Wushuang had encountered it. He speculated that the people of the Vermilion Empire would not be so bored and would not have any motive. For sure, the biggest suspect would be the Heavenly Lake Empire and the Archaic Mysteries sect. Before the sky turned dark, Qin Wushuang went to the border area and complained to the 3 leaders. Of course, he also knew that such complaints would not have any effect. After all, he had no evidence and he did not even know who the attacker was. When he returned to the exam site, Qin Wushuang happened to meet senior brother Wei Yi. Senior brother Wei Yi showed a somewhat displeased expression. When he saw Qin Wushuang, he immediately greeted him. "Junior brother Qin, how did it go?" "I already finished collecting the jade plates, senior brother Wei. How about you?" Wei Yi said, "I also just finished it." "I heard from my fellow disciples that someone had attacked you." "Yes." At the moment, Qin Wushuang told him about what had happened inside the cliff. Apparently, Wei Yi was also somewhat depressed because of this matter. After hearing Qin Wushuang's words, he nodded and said, "Since you and I have collected all the jade plates, then we have a plan. I am afraid this person did not attack you to stop you from getting the jade plates, but to use the opportunity to harm you. Senior brother Wei, who do you think this person is?" Wei Yi shook his head. "Among your opponents, there are only 3 people who have the power to attack you. 1 from the Archaic Mysteries sect, 2 from the Dragon and Tiger sect. As for the other contestants, even if they wanted to, they didn't have the guts or the strength to do so. Therefore, that person might have come for the 2 of us. Senior Marshal brother Wei has also encountered it." Qin Wushuang asked curiously. Wei Yi shook his head. I'm luckier than you. I haven't been targeted by him yet. Since this person has the leisure to deal with you, he must have already collected all the jade tokens. I am worried that since he could not deal with us, he would make a move against the other powerful disciples of the Stargaze Palace. Even if we don't kill them, it wouldn't be a good idea to harass them and prevent them from finding the jade tokens. Qin Wushuang's expression was grim. He nodded and said, "This is indeed something we have to guard against. Senior brother Wei Yi, how about this? You and I will split into 2 groups and follow a few of our most powerful disciples." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Even if that person wanted to make a move, he would have to hold back. I won't dare to act rashly. Wei Yi sighed, we can only use this stupid method. We are in the light, and this man is in the dark. However, junior martial brother Qin, I think Luo Guyun of the Archaic Mysteries sect is the most suspicious. For this person, regardless of you or me, we will follow him and delay him until the end of the competition. How about it? A trace of cold light flashed across Qin Wushuang's eyes as he answered, okay, Luo Guyun. Qin Wushuang silently chewed on this name. He knew that this Luo Guyun was the head disciple of Gaou, the head of the Archaic Mysteries sect. He was the strongest person among the younger generation of the Archaic Mysteries sect in the Heavenly Lake Empire. He also had the natural spiritual roots. However, he was older than senior martial brother Wei and seemed to have a deeper stage. For this person, regardless of this friendly competition or in the future, he was destined to be a great enemy. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang calculated. He and Wei Yi split into 2 groups and started to patrol around the 300 miles training ground. Although this method was stupid, it was the only one they could do at the moment. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened on this night. Under the care of Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi, Zhu Fu, Zhao Muji, and the others did not encounter any accidents on the way to find the jade plates. When the 3rd day was about to end, these 2 had also collected all the jade plates. With 3 sharp whistling sounds, it announced the end of this preliminary round. Zhu Fu and Zhao Muji had become the last 2 candidates from the Stargaze Palace to get a perfect score. Next, it was Deng Bohu and Miao Zhongxia. One of them had acquired 9 plates and the other had acquired 8. There was no suspense. After all the candidates had come out, they handed in their jade plates and tallied their scores. However, the ranking of the results would only appear the next morning. The contestants who knew each other all gathered together and talked about their gains and losses. Early in the morning of the 2nd day, everyone gathered outside the headquarters of the Archaic Mysteries sect to wait for the final results to be announced. Entering the semi-final was not only an honor, but also a great reward. Especially those small sects. Although they knew that they had little chance of entering the semi-final, they still held some hope. If one of their disciples was lucky enough to enter the semi-final, then for sure, this sect would have good luck and enter the eyes of the mainstream. It would be extremely beneficial to the development of the sect. Once again, the 3 leaders walked out together. From their expression, there should not be much suspense about the results of this preliminary round. Indeed, when the ranking list was posted, among the 24 candidates that had entered the semi-final, the 3 empires had each taken 8 spots. Not one more and not one less. One did not know if it was a pre-arranged arrangement or a coincidence. It was similar to the previous preliminary rounds. The distribution of the spots was still very equal. There were no unexpected mistakes. This way, regarding the gains and losses of the preliminary round, at least in this first round, the 3 empires had not determined a winner. For the Stargaze Palace, without any suspense, Wei Yi and Qin Wushuang were the leaders. Zhu Fu and Zhao Muji had also performed outstandingly and had also received a perfect score. Then, it was Deng Bohu and Miao Zhongxia. The remaining 7th spot was taken by Lu Shaonan, the 2nd disciple of the head palace master. As for the 8th place, there was a tie. For the line of the head palace master and the line of the 2nd palace master, Huang Chaoyang and LV Teng had taken the same spot. This time, Tan Zhongqi did not compete. He let Huang Chaoyang take the spot and persuaded LV Ting to withdraw. LV Teng also knew that per the rules of the past, usually, it would be based on the ranking of the sect and the ranking of the sect. And LV Teng was ranked 9th among the core disciples of the sect. He was ranked lower than Huang Chaoyang. Thus, it was reasonable for him to give way. Although he was competitive, he knew to respect the rules and did not complain. This way, the 8 semi-final spots for the Great Luo had all been decided. After a day of adjustment, the next day would be the start of the semi-final round. After the list was set, regardless of the gains and losses, it was all in the past. Now, everyone's attention was focused on the upcoming semi-final round. They had completely thrown their personal gains and losses to the back of their minds. When they returned to their resting place, Zhuobuchuan gathered all the disciples. He comforted those who had not entered the semi-final and encouraged them. He said, "Boys, this is a rare opportunity. Our great Luo Empire has achieved many good results in the friendly competition between the 3 Eastern empires. However, in the friendly competition held by the Heavenly Lake Empire, we have never won the championship, and we have always been at the bottom. This time, it's our chance." There was a trace of fanaticism in the eyes of all the disciples. They looked at Zhuobuchuan and waited for him to continue. The friendly competition between the 3 Eastern empires is not as simple as you see it. The situation behind it involves the game between the 3 empires and many conflicts of interest. The most important point is the right to explore the endless Eastern Sea. The Stargaze Palace was able to become the leader of the Great Luo and the authority of the empire not only because we occupied the virtuous Cloud Mountain range, but also because every 20 years, we would always get some benefits from the exploration of the endless Eastern Sea. These benefits are usually our biggest capital. To put it bluntly, how did the 5 of us palace masters enter the advanced stage before the others? Did we only rely on our talent? Not entirely. There was a trace of incitement in Zhuobuchuan's tone. On the path of martial arts, talent is important. However, opportunities and fortune cannot be ignored. The 5 of us were able to get ahead of the others because of the special opportunities we acquired from the exploration of the endless Eastern Sea. Tan Zhongqi and Tian Zhixing also nodded to show their affirmation of Zhuobuchuan's words. Although, for a few hundred years, countless Stargaze seniors had sacrificed their lives to explore the endless Eastern Sea. You could even say that it was a narrow escape. However, why did the 3 Eastern empires still rush forward one after another to acquire more spots to explore the endless Eastern Sea? They were all pursuing such special opportunities. There was a trace of sadness in Zhuobuchuan's tone. From my generation to yours, how many 20 years have passed? How many friendly competitions have there been? And currently, how many upper sky disciples does the Stargaze Palace have? Where did those disciples in the middle, those people, go? When these disciples heard these words, their hearts turned cold. In the past, they also had many similar questions. Not many of them were older than 40 years old. Their teacher and the others were close to 200 years old. For sure, many generations had passed. And what about those people? Although a portion of them had become Shakyamuni and elders, it was impossible for them to only have these few elite warriors after all these years, right? Perhaps, you all guessed it. Many of the Stargaze Palace disciples before you had all participated in the friendly competition and went to explore the endless Eastern Sea. However, in the past 100 years, none of those who had gone to the endless Eastern Sea had returned. When Zhuobuchuan said here, a trace of strange light flashed across his eyes. Now, this mission is about to fall on your heads. Are you going to face the difficulties, or retreat? In this friendly competition, use your performance to tell us the answer. At the same time, you will also tell those seniors the answer. It was a choice, and it would not be an easy one. If they chose to face the difficulties, even if they had won first place in this friendly competition, they would face a narrow escape from death when they explored the endless Eastern Sea. And if they chose to retreat, they would lose the opportunity to explore the endless Eastern Sea. Once the other 2 empires had succeeded in exploring the endless Eastern Sea and acquired the fortuitous opportunities, the Stargaze Palace would be left far behind in the future of the next generation. Thus, The entire Great Luo Empire would be left far behind. The young people all realized that this was not a choice for their own future, but a choice that would affect the fate of the entire sect, and even the entire country. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 289. Endless Eastern Sea. It was rumored that this endless Eastern Sea was a few tens of millions of miles wide. In the history of the human countries, there were countless records of people exploring that endless Eastern Sea. However, there were no records of people truly exploring beyond 100,000 miles. Since the endless Eastern Sea was filled with countless miraculous and unpredictable opportunities, the three Eastern empires that were closest to the endless Eastern Sea could be said as the main force to explore the endless Eastern Sea. For the other powerhouses of the human countries, firstly, they were too far away from the endless Eastern Sea and could not transport the giant ships to the endless Eastern Sea. Secondly, they could not pass through the vast border of the three Eastern empires and arrive at the border of the endless Eastern Sea. Besides, in the Tien Shen land, not only this endless Eastern Sea was filled with fortuitous opportunities, there were many other places. Thus, of course, the other empires would not give up what was near and seek what was far away. They set their sights on the endless Eastern Sea. After a long time, these powerful empires of the human countries formed a tacit understanding. They would each explore the mysterious areas close to their own countries and not interfere with each other. This way, the exploration rights of the endless Eastern Sea had become the exclusive right of the three Eastern empires. It was not to say that the other empires could not explore. They could go if they wanted to. However, ships were not allowed to cross the border. Since the ships could not cross the border, they could not fly over. Thus, to the other empires, the endless Eastern Sea had become a grape that they could see but could not eat. The initial exploration of the three Eastern empires was also somewhat disorderly and without any restrictions. For this matter, they had created countless disputes and even fought with each other. Because of this reason, the three empires had discussed with each other and made many rules. No one was allowed to explore privately. This was the general principle. There were rules on how to explore and when to explore. The rules started from the friendly competition between the three Eastern empires. In the friendly competition of the three Eastern empires, it was agreed that the first to third place would get 10 places, 6 places, and 4 places respectively. This distribution was also to pursue a balance of power. The total number of spots between the two empires would be equal to the total number of spots for the champion. This way, they would not have to worry about each other scheming during the exploration process. The balance of the number of people could prevent many unnecessary conflicts. Although the spots were set, it did not mean that anyone could go. The people who went to explore must be the young disciples that had participated in the friendly competition. This was especially true for the sect masters and palace masters of the various major forces. Those who had explored it once and obtained benefits from it were even more reluctant to go. This exploration opportunity could only be given to young people. And if the various sects and schools wanted to send their big shots, they would have to negotiate with the three nations and reach an agreement. If any country did not agree, the giants would not be allowed to participate in the exploration. With such strict restrictions, it was apparent that the three Eastern empires cared greatly about the exploration of this endless Eastern Sea. They had almost reached the stage of being calculative and fighting for every inch of land. Zhuo Buchuan's words had caused these disciples to fall into deep thought. Wei Yi was the first one to raise his head and said seriously, "Teacher, since this is the rule passed down from generation to generation in the Stargaze Palace, being disciples of the palace, of course we should follow the footsteps of our ancestors and do our best. Regardless of the future of the exploration of the endless Eastern Sea, I, Wei Yi, will do my best until the day I die." When the other disciples heard Wei Yi's words, their blood also boiled. "Yes, we are willing to follow your footsteps and not lose the dignity of the Stargaze Palace." Qin Wushuang naturally had no fear in the face of such major issues. He was not a person who was afraid of challenges. On the contrary, He was a person who was afraid of no challenges. Since this endless Eastern Sea was this interesting, what reason would there be to not try it? Although the success rate of exploring the endless Eastern Sea was low, it still existed, right? At least, his teacher's generation had succeeded once. As long as it was not a certain death situation and there was a trace of life, Qin Wushuang felt that it was worth taking the risk. The reward was always proportional to the effort. When he saw the head palace master and his teacher looking at him with a questioning look, Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely. Head palace master, teacher, I, Qin Wushuang, started from the humble class and each step was a narrow escape from death. And during the battle at the Green Jade Mountain, I even went to the gates of hell. Thus, I have already seen through life and death. One could even say that one should see through life and death from the beginning of the path of martial arts. If one does not comprehend life and death, how could one comprehend the Tao from between life and death? I am fascinated by this endless Eastern Sea. I only hate that I do not have the chance. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Good, no wonder you are the disciple that I have chosen. You are extraordinary. Wushuang, with your words, I feel that your group of disciples are people with great fortune. Wei Yi, who has the natural spiritual roots, Qin Wushuang, who is a legendary martial artist, you are all people with great fortune. Thus, your group is also the generation that the 5 palace masters think highly of. In terms of overall strength and quality, they were the most outstanding generation in the last 100 years, or even the last few hundred years. You must know that at your age, none of the 5 palace masters could match the stage of Wei Yi and Qin Wushuang. Thus, we have reason to look forward to this group. Tian Zhixing, the 5th palace master, also nodded. That's right. Initially, our group had good luck and our strength was outstanding. However, compared to this group, our overall strength is still somewhat lacking. Indeed, you young people have the hope to become the future pillars of the Stargaze Palace. If you return from the endless Eastern Sea, in less than 20 years, you will have a substantial leap. You will leave your peers far behind. These were the words from the experience of the 5 palace masters. Of course, no one would doubt it. Zhuo Buchuan concluded, okay, you already know the gains and losses. I believe that you also know that as the core disciples of the Stargaze Palace, as the participants of this competition, you are not only shouldering personal glory, but also the future of the sect and the fate of the great Luo Empire. I only have 8 words to encourage you: be down to earth and have a lofty aspiration. All the senior disciples bowed and accepted the order, replying with a nod. Okay, before the competition starts tomorrow, there will be a bet between the 3 empires. This bet was also an old rule of the 3 Eastern countries' friendly competition. The 3 major sects participating in the competition would all give out corresponding bets. This format is just like the gambling arena that you guys set up in the Myriad Elephant Valley. All bets will only go to the winner. Whether the bet is big or small, the 3 sects will discuss it at the last moment. Initially, at the friendly competition hosted by the Heavenly Lake Empire, the Stargaze Palace had never done well. Thus, we should not bet too much. However, today, the situation is different. Thus, I discussed with the 2nd Palace Master and the 5th Palace Master. We consider that you young people have great potential and are worthy of the bet. Thus, tomorrow, we will think of a way to raise the bet. At that time, it will be up to you whether you will throw away your money or return with a full load. The words of the head Palace Master made all the young people rub their fists and nod. And the next words of the head Palace Master made their blood boil even more. They were eager to give it a try. For the bet, if you can win the championship, we will give it all to you. Us old guys will not take a single cent. There was the so-called saying that under the generous rewards, there would be brave men. Naturally, such reward system would make the disciples more focused and motivated. Regardless, under the great meaning of fighting for the sect and the country, they would have the extra motivation to fight for themselves. And for sure, the bets that could be placed in the friendly competition would not be ordinary. Tan Zhongqi said with a smile, I believe that this extra motivation will make you guys work harder. Okay, let's not talk too much. The head palace master has already said everything he could. Personally, I will not speak too much. I only want to say that on the path of martial arts, miracles will appear. Usually, that opportunity will disappear in an instant. If you miss it once, perhaps, it will not appear a second time in your lifetime. Tian Zhixing, the fifth palace master, also felt deeply touched. Yes. Initially, in my generation, there were also a few core disciples that refused to go to that endless eastern sea. In the end, the 5 of us were the only 5 people of our generation who survived. For the other disciples of the same generation, they either encountered different kinds of disasters or reached the end of their lifespan. Now, they are all sleeping at the altar of the Stargaze Palace. It's like Qin Wushuang had said, only by seeing through life and death can one comprehend the Tao between life and death. Initially, they were greedy for life and afraid of death. How could they have expected that in 10 or 100 years after their death, it was us who were thought to be dead that made it to the end? Tian Zhixing's tone was filled with emotion. That was because he knew. Among the disciples of his generation, Tian Zhixing's talent could not even rank in the top 5. He could barely make it to the top 10. And he had participated in that exploration of the endless Eastern Sea without hesitation. He had also become one of the last 5 people that had survived. Thus, he had gained his current position as the 5th palace master and the thousands of disciples under him. This was the opportunity, this was the arrangement of fate. The words of the 5th palace master had spoken from a negative perspective. Life and death had their own destiny. For the path of martial arts, only by grabbing the opportunity and not missing it would be the right path. Today, if they had gone to that endless Eastern Sea, they could have kept their lives. However, who could predict when they would meet a powerful opponent tomorrow and die in the wilderness? With this lecture, this group of core disciples of the Stargaze Palace seemed to have grown up overnight. Responsibility, this concept had allowed them to understand a lot and become much more mature. Finally, they knew how much the Stargaze Palace had sacrificed and contributed to the great Luo Empire for thousands of years as the authoritative existence. Early in the morning of the second day, all the participants and non-participants gathered together under the leadership of the seniors. The Archaic Mysteries sect, the Stargaze Palace, and the Dragon and Tiger sect had each sent 3 heads. And without a doubt, all 24 semi-final participants had come from these 3 sects. This was authority, this was a monopoly. However, this monopoly, this authority was noble and truly existed for the benefit of the country. Shi Chenglong, the head of the Dragon and Tiger sect, was the first to speak. Everyone, the same old rules. Before the competition starts, let's make a bet to encourage the young people. Shi Chenglong looked at Gao Yu with a smile. Head Gao, you are the host, for sure you will make an extraordinary bet. What kind of bet would you like to make? In fact, this bet was an act of robbing the poor and giving to the rich. In the end, the second and third place bets would be placed at the innermost part of the championship. Thus, the agreement of this bet was extremely subtle. Whichever side was stingy with the bet, it would mean that they did not have confidence in this friendly competition. If they were scared before the battle, it would be a great blow to their morale. On the other hand, Zhuobuchuan was suspicious. The Archaic Mysteries sect had always come out with no heads. How come there were 3 of them this time? As for the other 2, where did they go? He didn't know that the 3rd and 4th heads of the Archaic Mysteries sect had gone to assist the law enforcement group of the Red Dragon Empire to capture people. They wanted to curry favor with the Red Dragon Empire and carry out their evil schemes. P.S. It's really cold today. I'm shivering while writing and my fingers are numb. Today, I'm going to be lazy and only write 3 chapters. Let me enjoy the bed, hug my wife, and play with my son. Yes, thank you guys. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 290. Inwardly, Gao Yu was furious. How could he not see through it? Although each of the 3 empires had 8 people entering the semifinals, It was clear that the current Dragon and Tiger sect and the Stargaze Palace had a much higher chance of winning than the Archaic Mysteries sect. Apparently, Shi Chenglong was provoking him because he was confident that the Dragon and Tiger sect would win. Thus, he was being generous and made Gao Yu feel embarrassed to bet too low. Initially, Zhuo Buchuan had planned to speak. However, hearing Shi Chenglong's words, he did not need to speak. From Shi Chenglong's tone, it seemed that he was determined to win. Then, the Stargaze Palace would not need to show off too much. After all, in the previous friendly competition held at the Heavenly Lake Empire, the Stargaze Palace had not achieved an ideal result. If they took the initiative now, they would appear stiff. It would be more reasonable to let the Dragon and Tiger sect burn this fire. Of course, Gao Yu would not fall for this trick as he smiled lightly. Being the host, the Archaic Mysteries sect has always advocated peace. This bet is only a symbolic thing. If we care too much about the bet, we will lose the friendship between the three empires. You must know that friendship comes first, competition comes second. Next, as if he was afraid that someone would steal the topic, he emphasized, this time, the Archaic Mysteries sect is hosting the friendly competition and we do not want to carry the reputation of bullying the guests. Let's make this bet a little casual. The most important thing is to train the young people. The bet is secondary. I am sure you guys don't have any objections, right? Inwardly, Zhuo Buchuan found it funny. In the past, this Gao Yu had always been a gambler and cared deeply about the bet. This time, he had changed his expression. Without a doubt, he was somewhat scared. Zhuo Buchuan knew that Shi Chenglong would not agree as he could not help but say, Head Gao's words do make sense. Head Dragon Shi, what do you think? Inwardly, Shi Chenglong was overjoyed when he saw that Zhuo Buchuan was also keeping a low profile. Apparently, these two did not have enough confidence as they were making all sorts of excuses. The Dragon and Tiger sect needed to follow up their victory. Immediately, he laughed. If the bet is too small, it will lose some interest. Since all of you are so reserved, why don't I make a good start this time? I'll take out some stakes first, and you can decide if you agree or not. How about it? Instantly, he waved his hand and the subordinates of the Dragon and Tiger sect walked up with 4 trays. First item, Soaring Dragon Sword, Advanced Spiritual Weapon. It can increase the power of fire attribute attacks. The second item was the Chilean Dragon Armor, which was also an advanced level armor. It had a strong defense against metal and ice attributes. The third item, Cloud and Water Talisman. When wearing this talisman, water would turn into clouds. Wading through water would be like walking on flat ground. It was a treasure that was beyond the spiritual martial force. Fourth item, 6-eared golden-eyed monkey, middle-ranked beast. It specializes in concealment, scouting, and ambushing. It can be tamed as a contracted beast. It was very rare. As soon as he took out these 4 goods, the higher-ups of the Archaic and the Stargaze Palace all drew in a breath of cold air. How could they not see that this was clearly a huge investment? Zhuo Buchuan could not help but have a new understanding of this Dragon and Tiger sect. Inwardly, he thought, since the Dragon and Tiger sect has sacrificed so much, they should be full of confidence. In the past years, the Stargaze Palace did not lose out to the Dragon and Tiger sect. Currently, they had 2 middle-stage warriors and were all unparalleled young people. Should they not play with the Dragon and Tiger sect? Regardless of winning or losing, the Stargaze Palace could still afford to gamble with this little capital. If he lost, he would just treat it as paying tuition. And if he won, he would gain a lot. However, Gao Yu said with an expressionless face, Headsha, are these 4 goods the stakes you are offering? Shi Chenglong nodded with a smile. Yes, it's neither too high nor too low. It's just right. Any higher and it would be too much. Any lower and it would not be interesting. It would not show the demeanor of a major sect. Head Gao, could it be that you think these stakes are too high? Indeed, compared to the previous years, these stakes were much higher. However, when Shi Chenglong said these words, Gao Yu could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Under everyone's eyes, if he were to retreat again and again, it would appear that the Archaic Mysteries sect did not have the slightest confidence. Instantly, He exchanged a glance with the other two heads and those two nodded. Apparently, they meant that even if they had to bear the pain, they could not lose the face of the archaic mysteries sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. Zhuobuchuan observed secretly and saw the expression of Gaou and the others. When he saw that Gaou was still in a difficult situation, he spoke first. Since Headsher is so generous, I must accompany you. For these stakes, the Stargaze Palace will accept them. Immediately, he discussed with Tan Zhengqi and Tian Zhixing. In a moment, the Stargaze Palace presented the matching stakes. There were also 4 treasures and all of them were rare treasures. Zhuobuchuan laughed. Head Dragon Shi, do you think these 4 treasures will match? After Shi Chenglong looked at them, he laughed. Head Palace Master Zhuo has such spirit, of course, we will match them. Good. Now it's up to you, Head Gao. Gao, you felt extremely pained. However, since Zhuobuchuan had already expressed his stance, if he continued to make excuses, the archaic mysteries sect would lose all face under the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Regardless of how pained he felt, he could only force himself to follow. In a moment, the archaic mysteries sect also presented their 4 stakes. Similarly, it was a weapon and a set of armor. All of them were at the advanced stage. One of them was the Windwalk Talisman. Wearing this talisman, one could travel 10,000 miles in a day. However, it could only be used 3 times. The last one was also a middle-stage spiritual beast. It was a burrowing mole. Although it had an ugly appearance, it was extremely cunning and had many uses. The Heavenly Lake Empire excelled at burrowing into the ground. Even the spiritual beasts excelled at burrowing into the ground. After the 3 parties had presented their stakes, they put them in one place and signed their bets. Then, everything was settled. Each party had 4 stakes. Besides the capital, it was equivalent to 8 stakes from the other 2 empires. It was enough to reward the 8 winners. When they saw these stakes, the disciples of the 3 sects were inwardly encouraged. Indeed, it would be a great gain if they could win such treasures. After the stakes were settled, the semi-final officially began. In total, the semi-final was divided into 2 stages. In fact, the first stage was just a warm-up and would not have much effect on the battle. The most crucial part was the second stage of the martial arts competition. The results of the preliminary round had already been reset to 0 and would not have any effect. Thus, the points for the semi-final would start from 0. In the first stage, there were only 2 events. Both of them were group events. The first event was a competition of fighting strength, leg strength, and scouting ability. However, there was only one event. They would place a beginner stage spiritual beast in a training ground that was 50 miles away from 300 miles away. The contestants from the 3 parties would go out one by one. It was like a relay race. The first contestant would start from the time they set off until they returned. Until all 8 contestants finished, the total score would be calculated. If one of the contestants did not finish within 24 hours, he would be considered to have failed. The contestants behind him could only start 24 hours after he set off. The contestant who failed would have 10 points deducted. If he succeeded, he would have 10 points added. Similarly, if a contestant could finish within 12 hours, he would have 10 points added on top of 10 points. In the end, the one who took the least amount of time would be the winner. He would have 20 points added. The runner-up would have 10 points added. The last place would not have any points added. When the total score was added together, it would be the total score of the event. 300 miles, one round trip would be 600 miles. And they would have to hunt a beginner stage spiritual beast within 50 miles. Indeed, it was a moderate challenge. Of course, those who could enter the semi-final were all elite warriors from their respective sects. Thus, they were full of confidence for this competition. For such competition, they could only proceed in order. Which sect would go first and which would go last would be decided by drawing lots. When the result of the drawing came out, the Stargaze Palace was ranked last. It was a good draw and a good start. The Dragon and Tiger sect was ranked first. Although Shi Chenglong had drawn first, he did not sigh as he laughed. A good start to the end. Kids, you are the first to compete. Do you feel any pressure? No. Each of those young people of the Dragon and Tiger sect was full of confidence and did not feel any pressure. Qin Wushuang observed them secretly and saw that the two strongest people of the Dragon and Tiger sect were elite warriors at the middle stage. He already understood that for this friendly competition, the Archaic Mysteries sect was destined to be a supporting role. Since they were the host, the competition for the championship would become a competition between the Dragon and Tiger sect and the Stargaze Palace. While Qin Wushuang was observing, suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes sizing him up from the side. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a cold gaze coming from the Archaic Mysteries sect. It came from a tall young man who stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. This person was dressed in a long white robe. He was the number one of the young generation of the Archaic Mysteries sect, Luo Guiyun. After realizing this point, Qin Wushuang did not evade his gaze. Instead, he looked straight at this Luo Guiyun. He wanted to know whether it was this person who had ambushed him at the cliff. Luo Guiyun showed an unfathomable expression and a trace of a strange smile hung on the corner of his mouth. However, Qin Wushuang did not know what he was thinking about. This person was a powerful enemy. After a moment of observation, Qin Wushuang understood. Indeed, the stage of this Luo Guiyun was slightly higher than senior brother Wei Yi. It seemed that the Archaic Mysteries sect did have some skills. Thinking back, he felt somewhat fortunate. If that devil boy had not died, it would have been difficult for the Stargaze Palace to stand out in this friendly competition. While he was thinking, the Dragon and Tiger sect had already arranged the order. The first candidate had already left and was heading towards the destination 300 miles away. At the same time, the Stargaze Palace, the Archaic Mysteries sect and the Dragon and Tiger sect had each sent a leader to lead the way. They would go to the testing site 300 miles away to prevent any mistakes along the way. For those who had entered the upper sky realm, it would be easy for them to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Thus, these 600 miles were actually not that difficult of a challenge. The difficult part was that they would need some twists and turns to kill that initial stage spiritual beast. The test would depend on how long each of them had taken to kill that spiritual beast and how much spiritual chi they had used to kill the beast. Would it be enough to support their return journey of 300 miles? The 8 candidates from the Stargaze Palace started to exchange their experiences. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 291. According to Qin Wushuang's estimation, if one was at the initial stage, it would take about half a day for a round trip of 600 miles. Thus, the competition between initial stage warriors would mainly depend on their efficiency in killing the spiritual beasts. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang already had some initial thoughts. Yet, he did not speak them out. Now, at the competition site, he did not want to say anything in case the walls had ears. After all, the disciples of the Stargaze Palace were the last to depart. It would take at least 10 days to half a month for those two houses to finish their competition. During this time, they could make some necessary preparations. Indeed, as Qin Wushuang had expected, the first participant of the Dragon and Tiger sect still had not returned by dusk. Of course, it was still early before the 24-hour time limit. Tan Zhongqi walked over and said to the disciples of the Stargaze Palace, "It's already late, you guys can go back to the inn first. You can come here every day. Since it's not your competition time, you don't have to go out." Zhuo Buchuan also nodded from afar and motioned for Tan Zhongqi to take them back. These disciples were not willing to waste time here as they followed Tan Zhongqi back to the inn. When they returned to the inn, Tan Zhongqi gathered the 8 participating disciples. You all know the content of the first relay event. Although the content and rules were very fair, there were still some things that could be done. Of course, according to the rules, those spiritual boots or talismans that increase your walking speed cannot be used. Thus, for these 600 miles, it's all about raw power. However, You all know that in fact, these 600 miles are not the main point of the competition. The main point is to kill that combat spiritual beast. There are loopholes in how to capture it, how to kill it, and how to investigate. Teacher, how do we take advantage of these loopholes? Ju Fu was the first one to ask. Zhuo Buchuan laughed. First, it's about how to investigate that combat spiritual beast. The Dragon and Tiger sect specializes in training spiritual beasts and tracking and investigation. Thus, for sure, many of their disciples have contracted spiritual beasts to help them investigate and kill that combat spiritual beast. Of course, Wei Yi and Wu Shuang, it doesn't matter. It's because your stage is higher than that initial stage combat spiritual beast. In that 50-mile area, it's as easy as blowing off dust to kill a combat spiritual beast. Therefore, the goal of the two of you is not only to obtain the basic 10 points, but also to return within 12 hours and obtain the reward of 10 points. Wei Yi and Qin Wushuang both nodded, indicating that it was not a big problem. According to their estimations, it wouldn't be too difficult to complete all of this within 12 hours. Therefore, he was determined to get this reward point. As for the other 6 of you, it's unlikely that you'll be able to make it back in 12 hours. What you need to do is to ensure that the relay is completed within 24 hours a day and strive for the shortest time possible. Even if they succeeded, they would get 10 basic points. But the shorter the time, the better the overall result. Didn't the champion also get 20 points? Naturally, we have to fight for it. Tan Zhongqi instructed. The other 6 bowed and accepted the order, indicating that they would do their best. They knew that if they traveled at full speed for 12 hours, 600 miles would not be a problem. However, it would take some time to kill a combat spiritual beast. As long as he wasted a little more time, it would be very difficult for him to rush back within 12 hours. Tan Zhongqi said, "Now, the most important thing is how to kill that combat spiritual beast. Even though the combat spiritual beast that everyone is facing is domesticated and won't be very strong, it's still a threat. If you have any ideas, you can share them with us. Master, in my opinion, if we have a way to find out the location of that combat spiritual beast, that would be great. We can save time. The 6 of us should be able to deal with a beginner combat spiritual beast. I'm just afraid that it will hide and not be easy to find." Ju Fu was the first to speak. Zhao Muji nodded. What Senior Ju said is indeed a problem, but there's another problem. If this combat spiritual beast is very good at running and doesn't fight with people, it won't be easy to deal with it if it runs all over the place. Therefore, we must hit it with the first strike. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. When Zhao Muji raised this problem, he himself was not too afraid. Because he had another unique skill, Sleeve Nail. Its long-range attack was very powerful. If it suddenly attacked, it would definitely have a miraculous effect. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with a beginner combat spiritual beast. Ju Fu smiled and said, "Junior Zhao, I'm not worried about this problem. My red silk will definitely make it unable to escape." Deng Bohu also said, "I also have a way to hit it with one strike." Miao Zhongxia said, "Although I can't guarantee that I will hit it with one strike, I have some experience in traps and mechanisms. Therefore, as long as I can capture the location of this spiritual beast, I have confidence." The remaining 2 were Lu Shaonan and Huang Chaoyang under the head palace master. Lu Shaonan smiled and said, "I'm good at archery. If it's a mid-level combat spiritual beast, I admit that I'm not as good as it. But if it's a beginner combat spiritual beast, I can take it down." Huang Zhaoyang was the only one who did not have a skill like these people. He thought left and right, but he couldn't think of a way. Zhao Muji suddenly smiled and said, "Junior Huang, I have something here. If you use it, it will more or less have some effect." He smiled and handed over a small bottle. He whispered a few words in Huang Chaoyang's ear with a strange smile on his face. After Huang Chaoyang heard it, he laughed. "Thank you for your gift, Senior Zhao." Ju Fu saw the 2 of them acting suspiciously and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Junior Zhao, what strange thing is it? Why are you hiding it so tightly?" Zhao Muji laughed. It's a kind of drug that won't catch anyone's eye. When I was cultivating in the mountains, I encountered a strange flower and almost fainted from the fragrance of the flower. Therefore, I collected some pollen and refined this drug. I have never used it before. This time, I gave it to Junior Huang. Even my family's belongings were lost. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Zhao Muji, your luck can't be that good, right? You encountered the illusory spirit flower? Isn't that flower completely blue with a furry center and the entire flower body like a fish's mouth? Second martial uncle, how did you know? Zhao Muji was shocked. It really is the illusory spirit flower. Zhao Muji, you're really lucky that you didn't faint from the drug. This thing is rare in the Lingxiao mountain range. It's hard to find in a few decades and you actually encountered it. Usually, only one flower will bloom. However, if you use this one flower well, it would not be a problem to drug hundreds of spiritual martial force warriors. Of course, to advanced stage warriors, this flower would not have much use. Hearing Tan Zhongqi's words, Zhao Muji was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. Martial uncle, this way, in the future, if I meet an opponent that I cannot beat, I can throw some out and turn the tide. That would depend on how well you use it. As soon as you throw it out, although the enemy is drugged, if you get too close, you will also be affected. Besides, in a battle between elite warriors, how could you have the chance to take out the bottle and throw it out? Even if you had the chance, how could the opponent not react when you suddenly took out the bottle? Thus, this thing might not be useful in actual battle. Zhao Muji nodded with regret. That's right. On that day when I was fighting with Devil Boy, I wanted to use this thing a few times. However, I could not split my hands and feet. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang said, Senior brother Zhao, if you must use this thing, I think it's better to hide it in the weapon. Have you fixed your magistrate brush? If you can hide it in the mechanism. Once you activate it, the pollen will shoot out and catch the enemy off guard. As soon as he said these words, everyone else sized Qin Wushuang up with a strange look. Tan Zhongqi even smiled bitterly. Zhu Fu said even more exaggeratedly, Junior brother Wushuang, I always thought that you were an honest person. I didn't expect that you would have so many wicked ideas. Although the other disciples did not agree, they had a smile on their face. Apparently, each of them felt that Zhu Fu's words were reasonable. Zhao Muji laughed heartily. Junior brother Qin, you've really awakened me from my stupor. Good, that's great. I'll study it now. If this exclusive technique of mine can be implemented, Junior brother Qin, you'll be my guide. Tan Zhongqi said seriously, Zhao Muji, it doesn't matter if you can figure it out. However, I must warn you beforehand, you are not allowed to use it in this friendly competition. Or else, you will be breaking the rules. In our human countries, using such drugs is not something that should be done openly. Zhao Muji said, of course. I am using it to protect myself at a crucial moment. Qin Wushuang could not help but laugh. In the ancient martial arts world of his former world, many small fries used such methods. At most, it was a little trick. How come it had become a wicked idea when it came to them? Tan Zhongqi opened his mouth again. Since you all have methods to deal with that spiritual beast, then the only problem is how to locate that spiritual beast. If you are lucky and encounter it as soon as you enter, it would be a good thing. However, such luck is unlikely. The alertness of a combat spiritual beast is still very high. Wei Yi nodded. Senior Uncle Tan is right. How to locate it is indeed the first problem. The others also nodded to show their agreement. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. Speaking of locating it, I do have some methods. However, I will need your help. Zhu Fu chuckled. You really do have a lot of wicked ideas. Tell us, what methods do you have? Tan Zhongqi was also looking forward to it. He smiled and looked at Qin Wushuang, waiting for him to speak. Qin Wushuang smiled. Senior sister, this is not a wicked idea, but a serious method. Do you still remember that at the start of the core disciple ranking competition, I did not ask for a reward, but a spiritual beast? Yes. So what? Junior brother Qin, don't keep us in suspense. Zhu Fu urged. Yes, I want a spiritual beast so that I can master some methods of taming beasts, as well as my experience in communicating with spiritual beasts. After such a long time of exploration, I have finally grasped some methods. If all of you can remember the beast language that I have taught you, you can definitely lure that combat spiritual beast out. Qin Wushuang's tone had a trace of confidence. Naturally, he would not reveal the secret of the catalogue of beast language. However, teaching them a few simple communication methods was not a problem. This way, it would be much easier to lure that combat spiritual beast out. As soon as he said this, Tan Zhongqi's face was overjoyed. Wushuang, I did not expect you to be so versatile. You even know about the beast language? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 292. The other disciples were also somewhat surprised. They never thought that Qin Wushuang had such skill. Qin Wushuang said humbly, "Only, I was bored and had a sudden idea. I like to think, I've made a fool of myself." Tan Zhongqi waved his hand. "No, I meant what I said from the bottom of my heart, I'm not making a fool of myself. In the world of martial arts, one more skill means one more defensive method. It's not a bad thing." Wei Yi also gave a long sigh. Indeed, a capable person can do anything. Junior brother Qin, it's hard for me not to be impressed by you. You always bring endless surprises. Just this point alone is enough to make all the young generation of the three Eastern empires blush with shame. Wei Yi spoke from the bottom of his heart and did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. In the past, he could not let go of his competitive spirit. After Zhuo Buchuan's guidance, plus the epiphany he gained from the battle with Qin Wushuang, the current Wei Yi's mindset had increased greatly. Thus, he was only surprised by Qin Wushuang's performance and did not feel the slightest bit of resistance. He also realized that for the Stargaze Palace to prosper, they needed 100 flowers to bloom and not one to outshine the others. Qin Wushuang opened his mouth to speak. "Everyone, without further ado, let's start practicing some basic beast language. Wu Jiu La, Ha Chani Bo Wa, Chun Kun Wu Jiu La, Ha Chani Bo Wa, Chun Kun Like students, these disciples started to learn the language from their teacher. With Qin Wushuang's current level of beast language, it was more than enough to teach these laymen. And to lure out that initial stage spiritual beast, they only needed to grasp some basic phrases. After 3 or 5 days, these young disciples had grasped some basic phrases. They were extremely proficient in using them. Only, with the temperament of young people, after they had learned these few phrases of beast language, they started to act frivolous when they met each other. They no longer used human language to greet each other. Instead, they started to say Wu Jiu La, Ha Chani Bo Wa, Chun Kun It had become the world of beasts. Tan Zhongqi also felt gratified when he saw the disciples of the Stargaze Palace enjoying themselves. The friendly competition between the three countries was indeed able to unite people and form a cohesive force. After he had finished teaching these phrases, to be on the safe side, Qin Wushuang taught everyone some of his experiences when communicating with the white sable. Then, he said, "Senior brothers, although this white sable is only an ordinary initial stage spiritual beast, it understands human nature and excels at scouting. Now, I will teach you some ways to communicate with it. Each of us will set off with the white marten. It can also help you to lock onto the location of that combat spiritual beast in the shortest amount of time. Of course, everyone, please follow closely. Don't let it be swallowed by the battle spirit beasts." Qin Wushuang took out the white mink that looked like a fluffy ball of meat. When everyone saw it, they were very happy. Ju Fu stretched out her hand to touch it, but Qin Wushuang quickly said, "Senior apprentice sister, don't be impatient. You should first master the skills and language to communicate with it. It won't be too late to play with it later." He taught them some basic communication methods, and also taught them a few phrases and hand gestures. Everyone practiced many times before they finally mastered it completely. Qin Wushuang caressed that white martin and gave it some simple instructions in beast language. He told it that these were his best colleagues and disciples of the Stargaze Palace. He asked the white martin to cooperate with them. After he had finished instructing, he gave the white martin to Ju Fu. As soon as Ju Fu whistled, she threw out a few words in beast language. That white martin was also very adorable as it crawled into Ju Fu's embrace. Sometimes, it would jump onto Ju Fu's shoulder. Without stepping on it, it made all kinds of weird hand gestures and expressions as if it was very familiar with them. When he saw this scene, Qin Wushuang could not help but laugh. Initially, he was worried that the white martin would be shy with strangers. Unexpectedly, this little thing was familiar with everyone and knew how to make people like it. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Wushuang, this time, you have helped us a lot. With these methods, it will be much easier. You guys, you must take good care of this white martin and not let anything happen to it. Those disciples all nodded. We understand. After making these preparations, the Stargaze Palace was fully armed for the first project and had made some preparations. Inwardly, Tan Zhongqi was looking forward to it. If that were the case, perhaps, Ju Fu and Zhao Muji, the two more outstanding initial stage warriors, could complete it in 12 hours. Of course, Tan Zhongqi did not say it out loud. He did not want to give the young people too much pressure. After 6 days, the competition of the Dragon and Tiger sect finally finished. As expected, the two elite warriors of the middle stage of the Dragon and Tiger sect had finished within 12 hours. Besides the basic 10 points, each of them also received 10 bonus points. It was equivalent to each of them getting 20 points. The other 6 people also passed smoothly. This way, 6 of them got 10 points and 2 got 20 points. In total, they had obtained 100 points. Indeed, this score was the most perfect performance. It could even be described as watertight. After all, it would be too difficult to finish in 12 hours if one was not at the middle stage. Since none of the 6 initial stage warriors had failed, it could be considered a perfect result. Of course, such result would give the archaic sect a lot of pressure. On the other hand, the disciples of the Stargaze Palace were strangely calm. It was because they already had a card up their sleeve for this first event. They had planned it perfectly. It would depend on their performance on the spot. Among the 8 participants of the archaic sect, only Luo Guiyun was at the middle stage. This way, most likely, they would be at a disadvantage in terms of the bonus points. Indeed, after 6 or 7 days, the difference in the number of middle stage warriors made the archaic sect feel a fatal difference. Among the 8 participants of the archaic sect, Luo Guiyun did not disappoint as he had succeeded in 12 hours. However, for the other 7 people, one of them had made a mistake and did not finish within 12 hours. Not only did he not receive the 10 basic points, he would have his points deducted. This way, after the first event, the archaic sect had only received 70 points. After the first event, they were 30 points behind the Dragon and Tiger sect. This difference could be said to have infuriated the entire Tianji sect. The entire Heavenly Lake Empire felt that the future of this competition was bleak. That disciple who had dragged them down was even more depressed as he felt endless pressure. Both Gaou and Bai Gujing felt helpless. Indeed, with the death of Devil Boy, they had fallen into a disadvantage in all aspects. Their plans had all been ruined. If Devil Boy had not died, for sure, they would have gotten 100 points in this first event. They would not have been able to leave. But now, not only did he lose 20 points from Devil Boy, but he also had 10 points deducted from him. After some calculations, they had lost 30 points. Although there were still many semi-final events, they had fallen behind by so much in the first event. Besides, there would be the first and second place prizes after the first event. From the looks of it, it had nothing to do with the archaic sect. This way, the difference would continue to increase. Inwardly, Bai Gujing gritted his teeth and resented the death of Devil Boy even more. When it was the Stargaze Palace's turn, Deng Bohu went first, then it was Miao Zhongxia, Huang Chaoyang, Lu Shaonan. Deng Bohu and Miao Zhongxia did not have any suspense. Although they did not make it back in 12 hours, they still made it back safely within 18 hours. Huang Chaoyang was in a slightly more dangerous situation, but he managed to return before the time limit was up. Lu Xiaonan's result was much better than Huang Chaoyang's. After 3 or 4 days of the competition, it was finally Zhao Muji's turn. When Zhao Muji went, he appeared extremely enchanting. All people from the Dragon and Tiger sect and the Archaic sect were dumbstruck. He had made it back before the 12 hours were up. This way, Gaou and Bai Gujing from the Archaic sect were greatly shocked. Shi Chenglong from the Dragon and Tiger sect was also dumbstruck. From his information, this Zhao Muji should only be ranked 4th in the Stargaze Palace. This person had made it back in 12 hours. Vividly, Shi Chenglong felt a sense of uneasiness. He glanced at Shuabuchuan and saw that this Shuabuchuan had an indifferent expression. He could not see any emotions from his expression. Inwardly, Shi Chenglong whispered, "This old Zhuo has always been a shrewd person. Could it be that this guy is playing the pig to eat the tiger?" However, Shi Chenglong did not believe it. He would rather believe that it was an accident. He comforted himself. Perhaps, when this Zhao Muji went in, he saw that combat spiritual beast and killed it. He had rushed back with all his might to get this result. Although he thought this way, inwardly, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Regardless, the sudden appearance of this Zhao Muji had caused trouble to the Dragon and Tiger sect's plan to win the first event. Initially, they thought they would win the championship for sure. Now, a huge question mark had been placed on their heads. After all, Shi Chenglong was a grandmaster. Although his plan had been disrupted by Zhao Muji, he was still calm and did not worry too much about personal gains and losses. However, when Zhu Fu had returned with an astonishing result, Shi Chenglong was instantly dumbstruck. He realized that he had boarded Shuabuchuan's pirate ship. Without a word, this Stargaze Palace had set up a giant trap and made the Dragon and Tiger sect jump into it. Naturally, the Archaic sect was even more dumbstruck. They could not believe that the Stargaze Palace that had never performed well in the Heavenly Lake Empire had become so famous this time. Gaou could not help but mock, "Head Palace Master Zhuo, such a good scheme. You have hidden yourself well by playing the pig to eat the tiger." Shi Chenglong also mocked with a bitter smile, "Old Zhuo, how come I feel that I have boarded your pirate ship?" Zhuo said with a smile, "You too, this is luck in the lottery. The Stargaze Palace was the last to enter the competition, so we had prepared well." Although he had said it this way, the result was obvious. When it was Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi's turn, they had finished the competition with irresistible force. Of course, they had finished within 12 hours. This way, the result of the Stargaze Palace's first event had become extremely enchanting. Among the 8 people who had participated, 4 of them had received extra points. The total result was 120 points. Plus the 20 points awarded to the champion, they had snatched 140 points in the first event. Indeed, this result had set a new record in the friendly competition between the 3 empires. The Dragon and Tiger sect had obtained 100 points. The second place had received 10 points and a total of 110 points. Unfortunately, the Archaic Mysteries sect was at the bottom and still had 70 points. Both Gaou and Bai Gujing were speechless. In just one round, their result had dropped so much. They had only gotten half of the Stargaze Palaces. Without a doubt, as their home team, this was a humiliating result. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 293. In the first round of the semifinals, there were 2 events. After the end of the first event, the Stargaze Palace was in the lead. And just from the content of this round, their lead was obvious. Apparently, the Archaic Mysteries sect had realized that regardless of anything, they would be accompanying the Crown Prince in this friendly competition. Despite this fact, they had no way to retreat and could only continue to hold on. Or else, It would be a big deal to lose face and the dignity of the archaic mysteries sect. However, the entire dragon and tiger sect became even more nervous. They realized that this time, their formidable enemy was not the host, the archaic mysteries sect, but the Stargaze Palace that had always kept a low profile. With a goal in mind, these disciples of the dragon and tiger sect rubbed their fists and got ready to go all out against the Stargaze Palace. Although they were 30 points behind the Stargaze Palace, they were not discouraged. They felt that they still had a lot of hope in the following competition. The second event in the first round tested endurance and defensive ability. This time, all the participants from the 3 countries were put into an 8 diagrams formation. Once this 8 diagrams formation was activated, it would unleash all kinds of attacks. This was a huge test for each country's contestants. First, it tested their defensive ability. Next, it would be a great test of endurance. For this second event, 3 groups of people would perform it at the same time. The 8 diagrams formation was also set up beforehand. The 3 heads had inspected it personally and watched it live. There would not be any unfair situations. This formation needed to be set up and inspected temporarily. Thus, after the end of the first event, there were 3 days of rest. In these 3 days, all sects were studying how to deal with this 8 diagrams formation. This was a group event. All 8 disciples would enter the formation. Each person would pass the exam if they could last for 2 hours. Each person would get 10 points. For this event, there were no points for individual performance. It was a group event. In the end, the first and second place would still get 20 points and 10 points. The one at the bottom would still get no points. If it was a tie, the highest ranking person would get the points. If it was a tie between the top 2, the champion would get 20 points. If it was a tie between the bottom 2, the second place would get 10 points. Of course, according to historical experience, the probability of a tie was not high. In this event, theoretically, the highest score one could get was 80 points. Plus the 20 points from the champion, the highest score one could get was 100 points. Of course, in history, the probability of someone scoring full marks was very low. Tan Zhongqi said, "The attacking power of this 8 trigrams formation will continuously increase. Therefore, it will not be easy to hold on for 2 hours. Therefore, this test was very important for the team. Wei Yi and Wu Shuang, since you 2 are middle-stage warriors, you must shoulder more responsibilities. In this round, the performance of the 2 of you will determine the results of the entire project." Wei Yi nodded, "We will do our best." However, Qin Wushuang said, "Shizuan, since this is a test for groups, why don't we use formations?" Tan Zhongqi sighed, "Formations? Our 3 eastern countries don't have much research on formations. The most important thing is that formations are suitable for fighting against humans. However, when facing a formation, its attack power is completely different from a human's attack. There are no rules to follow. Thus, normal formations aren't very effective against the 8 trigrams formation. Attending to one thing and losing sight of the other, sometimes you end up in a mess." Qin Wushuang was speechless. He also found it strange. In the year he had spent at the Stargaze Palace, he had rarely seen the Stargaze Palace practice formations. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. In the end, he concluded that it should be related to the culture of this world. In this world, individual heroism was emphasized. The pursuit of martial arts was more important than anything else. Relatively speaking, they were not interested in the research of cooperation. After all, the path of martial arts was as vast as the sea. Regardless of how powerful your cooperation was, it would be useless when you met a much stronger opponent. Thus, this world emphasized on the pursuit of individual martial arts. Only, Qin Wushuang felt that this was a misunderstanding. After a moment of thinking, he gathered his courage and said, "Teacher, on that day at the entrance of that cave in the Green Jade Mountain, I saw a formation map and found it extremely interesting. That formation seemed to be miraculous. Now, when I think about it, I feel that once that formation map was developed, it would be extremely suitable to deal with the attacks of this 8 trigrams formation. In fact, Qin Wushuang had also experienced a difficult choice. Naturally, the formation he was talking about was not the one he had seen at the cave in the Green Jade Mountain. Instead, it was a powerful formation he had mastered in his former world, the Big Dipper Skygang formation. The creativity of this formation came from the Big Dipper stars in the endless starry sky. The so-called Big Dipper stars were the Dub, Merak, Fector, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. Because the shape of these 7 stars was somewhat special, it was easy to associate it with the shape of a dipper. Among them, the Dub, Merak, Fector, and Megrez formed the body of the dipper and was called the head. The Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid formed the handle and was called the dipper. To use it in the formation, it would require 7 elite warriors of similar strength to form the formation according to the Big Dipper. Each of them would occupy a position and form the formation. This formation could be big or small. When fighting with others, it could transform into a giant formation. It would be extremely powerful for group or individual attacks. And within a small area, it could become a defensive formation. Each person only needed to extend a hand and hold the shoulder of the person next to them. Then, they could combine the power of the 7 people into one. It could be released by any one of them. Thus, one of the mysteries of this formation was to gather power. And the core of this formation was located at 2 places. One was at the Megrez position of the dipper body, and the other was at the Alioth position of the handle. These 2 positions were the 2 core areas of this formation. They were very important and required 2 experts who were stronger than the others to oversee them. Among the disciples of the Stargaze Palace, naturally, it would be Wei Yi and Qin Wushuang. Hearing Qin Wushuang's serious tone, Tan Zhongqi said, "Wushuang, what kind of formation is it? Tell me." Qin Wushuang did not speak. Instead, he took out a brush and ink and started to draw on the spot. When he had drawn the Big Dipper Skygang formation, Tan Zhongqi's expression changed slightly. After Qin Wushuang had explained it to him, Tan Zhongqi was even more moved. Inwardly, he could not help but feel surprised as he said seriously, "Wushuang, your formation is marvelous. Did that cave of the Green Jade Mountain have such a record?" Qin Wushuang said, "I only had the chance to see this formation when I had disguised myself when I had just entered. It was at the top of that natural pit. Under the light, it was extremely eye-catching. Thus, I saw it immediately. I memorized it, and after thinking about it, I felt that this formation was extraordinary." Tan Zhongqi gave a long sigh. "It's not just extraordinary, it has surpassed any formation inheritance from any of the 3 Eastern empires. Wushuang, for sure, that cave of the Green Jade Mountain must be a miraculous place. Unfortunately, it's now in ruins." Although Tan Zhongqi was wise, he would never have thought that the Green Jade Mountain was only the first loop of the formation, and that 7 deadly arrays formation was linked to each other. Thus, he could not imagine that there would be other fortuitous opportunities after the transportation circle at the Green Jade Mountain. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, Tan Zhongqi felt rather regretful. It's too bad that the Stargaze Palace did not discover that cave of the Green Jade Mountain. I guess that there must be other fortuitous opportunities in that cave. A formation is already so profound, that cave. Too bad. The others also sighed endlessly. However, after all, Tan Zhongqi was a senior and was rather open-minded. After a moment of sighing, he understood and said, "Wushuang, since you are able to have so many fortuitous opportunities, it means that you are a person with great fortune. In the future, on the path of training, for sure, there will be some special fortuitous opportunities for you. This is your natural fortune. Perhaps, the exploration of the endless Eastern Sea will fall on your head. Perhaps, you will reap great rewards. All right, without further ado, let's practice this miraculous formation. By the way, Wushuang, what is the name of this formation?" Qin Wushuang laughed. "Next to this formation map, there is the name of this formation. If I remember correctly, it should be called the Big Dipper Skygang formation." Tan Zhongqi nodded. "Good name, it corresponds to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The name is very appropriate. For this formation, if some mediocre people were to set it up, they would not be able to grasp it this quickly. However, each of these 8 people were the pride of the Stargaze Palace. They had exceptional talent and high comprehension. Thus, with Qin Wushuang's explanation, everyone had already understood 70 to 80% of it. Plus, with Tan Zhongqi, an elite warrior teaching them from the side, they had discovered many of the profound mysteries of the formation that Qin Wushuang had not grasped before. This way, after Tan Zhongqi had taught this Big Dipper Skygang formation, he had unearthed more potential. In total, there were 8 people, yet this formation only needed 7. For the remaining person, it was a troublesome matter to arrange. Initially, Qin Wushuang had planned to let him and Wei Yi oversee the 2 major core positions. However, Tan Zhongqi felt that Wei Yi and Zhu Fu could take care of these core positions. And Qin Wushuang would roam around the outside to take care of them. In case something happened to one of them, Qin Wushuang would be more familiar with this formation and could step in at any time. And that person who had a problem could retreat from the formation. If no one had a problem, with Qin Wushuang's strength, even if he was roaming outside the formation, he could still deal with the attacks from that 8 diagrams formation. Hearing Tan Zhongqi's explanation, Qin Wushuang also felt it made sense. Instantly, he nodded. Since you have arranged it well, of course I will listen. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Okay, you guys should familiarize yourselves with this formation and try to form a tacit understanding in these 3 days. We still need to dig deeper into this formation. If we develop it well, we can use it as a long-term protection formation for the Stargaze Palace. Wushuang, you have made a great contribution, Qin Wushuang said humbly. It was just a coincidence. If senior brother Wei Yi had gone that day, this contribution would have belonged to him. Tan Zhongqi waved his hand. Okay, you guys continue to train, I will think about it. However, Qin Wushuang didn't know that when he had generously offered this Big Dipper Skygang formation, it had truly become an immortal existence for the Stargaze Palace. It would become the protection formation for generations to come and become a legend. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 294. Among the 3 tall towers, the first floor of each tower was the location of the 8 trigrams formation. Surrounding this tall tower, there were spiritual chi sources. After setting it up, it could launch different types of attacks. Of course, these attacks were controlled within the middle stage. It would be impossible for attacks at the advanced stage to appear. Or else, with the strength of these young people, they would not be able to defend against it. After 3 days of adaptation, Wei Yi and the other 7 people had already familiarized themselves with the essence of the Big Dipper Skygang formation. They were also familiar with each other's cooperation. During this time, Zhuobuchuan had been busy with work and did not have the time to observe this group of young people. Thus, after receiving Tan Zhongqi's information, he was also somewhat excited. He wanted to see the effects of this miraculous formation. After they had walked into the formation, Qin Wushuang said, "Senior brothers, let's start setting up the formation. Remember, for this formation, you must cooperate smoothly and not advance recklessly. However, you must also make your moves quickly. It's because the attacks of this 8 trigrams formation may shoot out attacks from several directions at the same time. Thus, it's important for everyone to cooperate well." The other 7 people nodded and started to set up the formation according to the Big Dipper. As promised, the 2 most important positions were guarded by Wei Yi and Zhu Fu. And Qin Wushuang would wander around to take care of them. In case something went wrong, he could quickly make up for it. Following a long whistle, the 3 8 trigrams formations were activated at the same time. Inside the formation, a giant 8 trigrams was drawn. The positions of the 8 trigrams were either bright or dark, or yin or yang. It was filled with strange movements of spiritual qi. Wei Yi shouted in a low voice, "Don't get distracted, focus on setting up the formation." Qin Wushuang stood on the outside and also said, "Everyone, ignore my presence. I will appear when you need me." However, You must forget that I am outside and cannot get distracted. While he was speaking, a wave of sword chi shot out from the direction of the heaven trigram. Qin Wushuang met this wave of sword chi with his sword and dissolved it in the air. Boom! The sound of the explosion shook the entire space and emitted a creaking sound. This 8 trigrams formation had 8 cardinal directions. In the shadows of each direction, there seemed to be countless small holes, as if they were launching holes. After the Big Dipper formation was formed, the 7 of them sat cross-legged with rapt attention, each observing the changes in their positions. They all knew that if they could continue to take the lead in this round, they would definitely be able to increase their lead. In this way, if the first stage of the competition was too far ahead, the next stage of the competition would be much easier. Very quickly, 15 minutes had passed. In the first 15 minutes, the attacks of the 8 trigrams formation were not considered fierce. However, the attacks were very sudden. Although they were not concentrated, they had the advantage of being sudden. Qin Wushuang observed for a moment. After all, there was still a pattern to this attack. Within the 8 trigrams, the attacks from the Qian and Dui trigrams carried a strong metal elemental aura. They were decisive, sharp, and penetrative. The Zhun and Zun trigrams, on the other hand, emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Their momentum was domineering and also biting cold. Once they launched an attack, it would be as fast as lightning and abnormally fast. The Li hexagram corresponded to the fire element, while the Kan hexagram corresponded to the water element. The Kuan and Zhen trigrams corresponded to the earth elemental aura. Each of them had their own pattern. While Qin Wushuang dealt with the sword qi that kept emerging, he shared his observations with the other disciples. Of course, these disciples had done some research. After all, the Shakyamuni palaces of the 8 Shakyamuni were built according to the 8 trigrams. Thus, they had a lot of knowledge in this area. Since Qin Wushuang had told them about it, of course, these disciples were more prepared. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. In this half hour, the Big Dipper formation operated perfectly and did not encounter any substantial challenges. Qin Wushuang had neutralized half of the attacks from the outside. Under the monstrous defensive power of the formation, the remaining attacks were easily neutralized. However, no one was overly optimistic. Everyone was very clear that the true test was in the second half of the hour. Compared to the calm and collected Stargaze Palace, the Archaic Mysteries sect was more or less in a state of panic. With one less middle-stage warrior, their overall defensive power had been greatly reduced. Although no one had been disqualified in the first half of the competition, they had encountered a few dangerous situations. If it weren't for Luo Guiyun's powerful efforts to turn the tide and save his fellow disciples, most likely someone would have already been disqualified. Although the setup of any of the events in this competition did not appear to be strange, in fact, they all had strong differences. One could not be careless about whether one was strong or weak. In this event, the strong and the weak could be distinguished almost immediately. Luo Guiyun was extremely frustrated. However, he was after all the senior brother of the Archaic Mysteries sect. At the crucial moment, although he was angry, he still needed to shoulder the responsibility of being the leader. He had already received Gaou's secret warning to do his best, but not to force it. In this competition, the Archaic Mysteries sect had lost Devil Boy, their secret weapon, and would not achieve a good result. Thus, this time, they must make some strategic concessions. The Archaic Mysteries sect could not afford to lose. Although Luo Guiyun was competitive, he knew how to judge the situation. He knew that with the current situation, it would be useless no matter how hard he worked. Each of the 2 empires had 2 middle-stage warriors. This fatal difference could not be changed. In less than 30 minutes of the second half of the competition, someone from the Archaic Mysteries sect had been disqualified. He had been shot by the formation and had been disqualified. After the first person had been disqualified, in a short 15 minutes, 3 people had been disqualified. On the side of the Dragon and Tiger sect, the situation was much better than the Archaic Mysteries sect. Up to this point, no one had been disqualified. Of course, All of this was thanks to the superpower of the two middle stage warriors. The two of them formed a triangle around each other and controlled most of the defensive blind spots. On the other hand, a few initial stage warriors stood out from the rest of the crowd to guard the remaining small gaps. Although it was strenuous, at least for now, there were no problems. As long as they could hold on a little longer, they would see the light of victory. Only, since this 8 diagrams formation had been set up, it would not be this simple. It would not allow them to pass through easily. Soon, the frequency of the attacks from the 8 directions had increased significantly. As soon as the frequency had increased, it was no longer a sporadic rain here and there. Instead, it had shot out from 3 or 4 directions at the same time, or even 5 or 6 directions at the same time. Instantly, sword chi rose and fell from the 8 directions, and it was like a meteor shower. Sword chi leaped about and shuttled back and forth within the entire formation, moving horizontally and vertically like dancing silver dragons and rolling golden carps. Various strange lights were mixed together, and it was gorgeous yet carried piercingly cold killing intent. The two strongest people of the Dragon and Tiger sect, one came from the Dragon Gate and the other one came from the Tiger sect. They were called Wei Shenglong and Huang Qinghu. They were both ordinary middle-stage warriors. Wei Shenglong fixed his voice and said, "Junior brothers, the formation has been fully activated. It's the most crucial moment. If we can make it through, we will win." Huang Qinghu also agreed, "That's right. For this round, if we can all pass, for sure we will be the champion. We can make up the 30 points difference with the Stargaze Palace. Everyone, hold on a little longer. The one who laughs in the end will win." For this year, the Dragon and Tiger sect was soaring like a dragon and leaping like a tiger. With 2 exceptional disciples, everyone in the sect felt extremely proud. They were also full of confidence about the future of the 3 empires. They had the confidence to become the leader of the 3 Eastern empires. Thus, they were determined to win this friendly competition. However, before the two of them could even finish their words, a painful cry broke the tense atmosphere, causing everyone's nerves to tremble. At the same time, Wei Shenglong and Huang Qinghu felt a chill inwardly. The muscles on their face could not help but tremble. Without a doubt, with this cry, someone had been knocked out. Indeed, from the direction of the Zun trigram, a light flashed and covered one of the Dragon and Tiger disciples. The light flashed again, and the disciple was teleported out of the hall. "It's junior brother Lao." Huang Qinghu gave a low growl and shouted, "Hold on, hold on." However, Wei Shenglong said, "Everyone, don't get distracted. Even if one of us is knocked out, we can still fight for the championship. I don't believe that everyone from the Stargaze Palace can pass. Yes, for this level of difficulty, the Stargaze Palace cannot pass all of them. Everyone, hold on." Huang Qinghu waved the battle blade and shield in his hand and kept jumping. Like a ferocious and hungry tiger, he helped his fellow disciples to share the burden and pressure. It seemed that they had been stimulated by junior brother Lao's elimination. Next, the Dragon and Tiger sect became more courageous as they fought. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they fought fiercely against the attacks from all directions. And the 2 leaders seemed to have gone berserk as they helped their friends solve their problems. Now, the 8 diagrams formation had reached its final stage. It was the stage where the attacks were the densest and the most painful. Among the 3 major formations, only the Stargaze Palace remained unharmed. No one had been knocked out. Roar. Another long roar emerged. Everyone's nerves loosened up as well. There was only one thought in their mind: it's over. The remaining 7 people from the Dragon and Tiger sect felt extremely fortunate as they high-fived each other. 7 of them had successfully made it to the end. They believed that with this result, they could laugh proudly at the 3 Eastern empires. Wei Shenglong and Huang Qinghu's entire body was in tatters. Apparently, they had been swept by the strong wind from the sword chi and clashed with their own spiritual chi. Their clothes had all been torn into tatters. However, when they looked at each other, they did not find it funny. They only felt extremely joyful. "Senior brother Wei, this time, we did well," Huang Qinghu said with full confidence. "For this round, I don't believe that we cannot suppress the Stargaze Palace. Wei Shenglong also nodded. Okay, let's go out. When they walked out of the formation, the first thing they saw was that only 4 people from the Archaic Mysteries sect were left. Each of them had walked out of the formation with a depressed expression. Inwardly, Wei Shenglong thought, the Archaic Mysteries sect is no longer competitive. They can be removed from the list of competitors. Everyone looked at the Stargaze Palace at the same time. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 295. Huang Qinghu kept squeezing his hands and his joints emitted clear pi-pi-pa-pa sounds. His expression was also extremely stern. The result of the Stargaze Palace would determine the final result of the first stage. In the end, whether the Dragon and Tiger sect could reduce that 30 points difference and enter the final stage with an advantage, it would depend on the result of the Stargaze Palace. The door under the Stargaze Palace's tower was also opened. Wei Yi was the first one to walk out. However, his expression was as calm as an ancient well and one could not see any emotions from it. Wei Shenglong could not help but look at this Wei Yi and thought, this Wei Yi is the only one with the natural spiritual roots in the Stargaze Palace. His strength is also above the rest. It's not strange for him to last until the end. Next, Lu Xiaonan and Huang Chaoyang walked out. These two were disciples to the line of the head palace master. They walked out behind Wei Yi. Huang Qinghu clenched his fists and the veins on his forehead stood out. He walked before Wei Shenglong and whispered, Senior brother Wei, how strong are these two behind Wei Yi? Wei Shenglong shook his head. Inwardly, he already had an ominous feeling. Next, Zhao Muji, Deng Bohu and Miao Zhongxia walked out. Huang Qinghu growled, how is it possible? 6 of them have come out. The Stargaze Palace still has Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fu. These two are powerful figures and would not have been eliminated. This way. A trace of helplessness appeared on Wei Shenglong's face. For sure, something is wrong with the Stargaze Palace. Before he had finished speaking, Zhu Fu and Qin Wushuang walked out while talking and laughing. Compared to the ragged clothes of the Dragon and Tiger sect, besides Qin Wushuang who had some traces of battle, the other disciples of the Stargaze Palace were in the same state when they had gone in. It was as if they had only gone in for 2 hours and had not gone through the test of the 8 trigrams formation. Huang Qinghu almost suspected that the Stargaze Palace had cheated. Or could it be that the level of their formation was different than theirs? Although the disciples of the Archaic Mysteries sect were surprised, they became even calmer. Although they were depressed, they already knew that the champion of the Tri-Nation-friendly competition had already bid farewell to them. It could even be said that the Tianji sect had already locked in the last place in the ranking competition. The 3 leaders walked out together. From their expressions, the results of the exchange competition could be seen. Jiao Yu's face had been ashen, with an expression of someone who owed him tens of millions. As for Shi Chenglong, there was a faint smile on his face. There was a trace of solemnity between his brows, and there was a faint trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. Only that Shuabuchuan still maintained an indifferent expression. However, the relaxed expression on his face allowed one to see that the results of the Stargaze Palace had greatly reduced the pressure on him. He even appeared somewhat confident. In the first phase, there were 2 projects. If the first project lagged behind a little, it didn't matter. They could try to make it even for the second project. However, the second event not only failed to close the gap, but it also widened the gap. This was incredibly disadvantageous to Dragon Tiger sect, who wanted to become the champion. The results of the second event were quickly tabulated. For the Stargaze Palace, all 8 people had made it to the end. Each person had received 10 basic points and a total of 80 points. Plus the 20 points awarded to the champion of this event, they had a total of 100 points. For the Dragon and Tiger sect, 7 people had made it to the end. Each person had received 10 basic points and a total of 70 points. The second place would receive 10 points and 80 points for this event. Without a doubt, the Archaic Mysteries sect was at the bottom. In total, only 4 people had made it to the end and received 40 basic points. Since they were at the bottom of this event, they did not receive any bonus points. Thus, the total score for this event was 40 points. After almost a month of competition, the first phase of the competition had finally finished. The result was unexpected. The Great Luo Empire that had always performed poorly at the Heavenly Lake Empire had performed exceptionally well this time. They had taken the lead and had won 2 consecutive events. Currently, the difference between the results list was apparent. First place, the Stargaze Palace, with a total score of 240 points. Second place, the Dragon and Tiger Sect, with a total score of 190 points. Third place, the Archaic Mysteries Sect, with a total score of 110 points. The difference between first and third place was as high as 130 points. Even if they had performed poorly in the last round, the Stargaze Palace would definitely suppress the Archaic Mysteries Sect. Thus, it was almost certain that after these 2 events, the Archaic Mysteries Sect had locked in the last place. Before the start of the friendly competition between the 3 empires, before Devil Boy's accident, Gaou and Bai Gujing were full of confidence. They were prepared to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and make the other 2 empires lose their temper. Unfortunately, the gods were playing tricks on them. Up to this point, the Archaic Mysteries Sect was the one that did not have any temper. For the Dragon and Tiger Sect, in the second event, the Stargaze Palace had widened the gap of 20 points. The total score difference had reached 50 points. Although this score was not fatal, it was already a huge gap. He had to perform perfectly in the second stage of the competition. Only, for the Dragon and Tiger Sect to perform perfectly, it would depend on the mood of the Stargaze Palace. If the Stargaze Palace performed perfectly, then the Dragon and Tiger Sect would still fail at the last step and would not be able to claim the championship. After the first phase of the event, since someone had gotten injured in the 8 diagrams formation, the second phase of the competition would be held in half a month. By that time, even if there were some internal injuries, they should be completely healed in half a month. And in this half a month, it would allow the 3 empires to think about how to arrange their troops. After all, this martial arts competition was not a competition where they would draw lots to kill each other. Instead, it was a competition with other rules. For the next friendly competition, only the martial arts competition was left. Naturally, Zhuobuchuan would not have to work hard every day. After he had returned to the Pine Crane Inn, Zhuobuchuan gathered all the disciples. "Nice job, boys." That trace of joy from Zhuobuchuan's expression was not as repressed as when he was on the stage. Everyone here were his own people, he did not need to show it to anyone. Tan Zhongqi laughed. "Indeed, it's beautiful. Although Shi Chenglong has not given up, I can say that unless we perform poorly in the martial arts competition, it's the Stargaze Palace's turn to feel proud and elated in this friendly competition." Tian Zhixing was also full of emotions. Yes, this time, we can wash away the humiliating history of us not performing well at the Heavenly Lake Empire. Hearing the words of the seniors, this group of young people also felt their blood boil as their expression became excited. This was the history that they had created and the honor that belonged to them. If they could take home the championship at the Heavenly Lake Empire, for sure, they would become the talk of the entire country. And when they thought about those rich bets, these young people were also boiling with excitement. Only Qin Wushuang and Wei Yi only smiled lightly. To them, after all, they were the leaders of the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace. Of course, they could not be overly enthusiastic and appear immature. Zhuobuchuan said with a smile, "Indeed, the situation is beneficial to the Stargaze Palace. You guys also have the chance to create history for the Stargaze Palace. However, we still cannot be careless in terms of our tactics. In this last round, theoretically, the highest score could be as high as 800 points. Thus, we must not let down our guard." Tan Zhongqi laughed. Theoretically, the highest score is 800 points. However, in history, almost no one had scored more than 600 points. However, in this last round, there are many variables. We must arrange it well. Tian Zhixing said, "That's right." Although the archaic mysteries sect is not competitive, we must be on guard against them disrupting the situation and targeting the Stargaze Palace. They would go easy on the Dragon and Tiger sect. After a moment of silence, Zhuobuchuan said, "It's possible for them to go easy on the game. However, if the archaic mysteries sect did that, it would be a disgrace to all those people at the Heavenly Lake Empire. Based on the Tianji sect's usual style, they would never do something so shameful for the sake of venting their anger. Besides, even if they were to go easy on us, as long as we get the points we can, we still have a great chance to win the championship. Indeed, the archaic mysteries sect is no longer a threat. Now, we only need to target the Dragon and Tiger sect and we will have the confidence to win." Tan Zhongqi nodded. The Dragon and Tiger sect has 2 middle-stage warriors. Now, the problem is, will they strike a balance between offense and defense and play the cards according to the rules? Or will they burn the boats and send the 2 middle-stage warriors to the attacking team? In this martial arts competition, only the attacking team would get points. The defending team would not get any points. However, it did not mean that the defending team would be useless. The defending team would limit the points of the enemy and was equally important. Usually, they would use a balance between offense and defense strategy. However, currently, the Dragon and Tiger sect was 50 points behind the Stargaze Palace in the first round. Perhaps, they would use the strategy of seizing points and send their elite warriors to the attacking team. Of course, there would be some problems with such an arrangement. That was, the defending team would get destroyed by the enemy. If they could injure the enemy 1,000 times, they would also injure themselves. They would get the points, but they would also lose the points to the enemy. Thus, in many cases, it would not be a wise choice to favor one side. Tian Zhixing looked at Zhuobuchuan and asked, "Head Palace Master, what should we do?" Zhuobuchuan remained silent as if he was thinking about something. Tan Zhongqi looked around and asked, "If you have any ideas, you can share them with us." Wei Yi said, "Since the archaic mysteries sect is no longer a threat, we only need to target the Dragon and Tiger sect. For sure, the current Dragon and Tiger sect is holding their breath. I think that for sure, they would burn the boats and send the 2 middle-stage warriors to the attacking team to fight for points." Zhao Muji also said, "Senior brother Wei Yi's words make sense. They also know that under the situation of having similar strength, they would not be able to suppress the Stargaze Palace." Wu Shuang, what do you say? After the 2 events before this friendly competition, Tan Zhongqi could not help but have a deeper expectation of Qin Wu Shuang. Now, he could not help but ask when he saw Qin Wu Shuang remaining silent. And Zhuobuchuan and Tian Zhixing, the 2 palace masters, also looked at Qin Wu Shuang with encouragement and waited for him to speak. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 296. Qin Wu Shuang was also considering this problem. Hearing his teacher's question, he said calmly, "Senior brother's speculation is reasonable. I think that since the Dragon and Tiger sect is taking the risk, we should not be restrained by them. We should follow the changes and fight them with offense. We should also arrange the strongest disciples to be on the attacking side. As long as we earn enough points, we will not be afraid even if they get the points from the defending side." "Oh, now, we are in the lead, why should we take the risk?" Zhuobuchuan asked with interest. Qin Wu Shuang said, "Because we are in the lead, we cannot be conservative. If we are too conservative, it would be easy to lose the advantage. I think that we should not let the enemy predict our plans. We should focus on ourselves and not let them lead us by the nose." "That's right," Zhuobuchuan said with emotion, "the Stargaze Palace needs such aggressive spirit. We should not be satisfied. In the Tianxian land, satisfaction will create a peaceful heart. Once you have a peaceful heart, you will not be far from death." Wu Shuang's suggestion is exactly what I am thinking. I have decided to arrange Wei Yi and Wu Shuang to be on the attacking side. Since we have been in the lead, of course, we cannot be conservative in the last round. We should aim to take the lead in this final round. We will make them speechless when they lose. Tan Zhongqi and Tian Zhixing did not expect that the usually gentle and refined head palace master had decided on such a crazy strategy. However, after thinking about it, they also felt it made sense. As long as they could get enough points on the attacking side, they would not be afraid even if the defending side got destroyed. Once the two sides were cancelled out, the advantage from the front would be enough for them to have the last laugh. Wu Shuang, tell me, what deeper reason do you think there is for this arrangement? Zhuo Buchuan asked meaningfully. Qin Wu Shuang said with a smile, I think that since the dragon and tiger sect is behind us, they will not have the chance to break through if they don't go all out. For sure, they are holding back their anger and are preparing to unleash it on the Stargaze Palace. In that case, even if senior brother Wei Yi or I went to defend, we could not guarantee that they would not make an opening when facing the crazy attacking side. Thus, for those two middle-stage warriors of the dragon and tiger sect, it would not matter even if we let them fight to the end. This score was enough for them to go. Senior brother Wei Yi and I, on the attacking side, will definitely be able to snatch back these lost points. Our main focus is to defend against the other two attackers. Thus, we must also pay attention to the arrangement of the four people defending the ring. After Tan Zhongqi heard his words, he smiled and said, since you and Wei Yi are going to attack the arena, then the main general guarding the arena will have to be Fu Er. Her red silk defense is completely capable of taking on this important role. Zhu Fu nodded and said, eldest martial uncle, master, then I will take the challenge. Deng Bohu also took the initiative to volunteer. Disciples' cultivation is unique and suitable for defending the arena. I am willing to take up this position. Zhuo Buchuan, the head palace master, nodded. Okay, Xiaonan and Chaoyang, you two will assist Zhu Fu and Bohu to defend the stage. Wei Yi, Qin Wu Shuang, Zhao Muji and Miao Zhongxia, the four of you will be the attackers. Zhao Muji was extremely satisfied when he heard that he would be on the attacking side. He nodded with a smile. Okay, if the two middle-stage warriors of the dragon and tiger sect are arranged to attack the arena, then I must strive to get more points. Yes, Wei Yi and Wu Shuang will not be a problem. Muji and Zhongxia, you two must strive to get more points. This way, we can ensure that our total score will be stable. Both Zhao Muji and Miao Zhongxia nodded. This way, the Stargaze Palace had drafted the list of names. Attacking side, number 4 Miao Zhongxia, number 3 Zhao Muji, number 2 Qin Wu Shuang, number 1 Wei Yi. Defending side, number 4 Huang Chaoyang, number 3 Lu Xiaonan, number 2 Deng Bohu, number 1 Zhu Fu. The order of this number must be set. It was because the attacking and defending side of the arena would be arranged according to the number. Everyone would be ranked from the lowest to the highest. During the half a month of rest, besides training hard, the Stargaze Palace would exchange battle experiences and encourage each other. Just as Zhuo Buchuan and the other palace masters had expected, the friendly competition between the three empires would be a great stage. It would allow the disciples of the Stargaze Palace to truly unite and form a force. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Once again, the three major powerhouses gathered before the mountain gate of the Archaic Mysteries sect. The three powerhouses had submitted their names. Once the name list had been submitted, it could not be changed. Until the end of the competition, it must remain the same. No changes would be allowed. Just as the Stargaze Palace had expected, the Dragon and Tiger sect had indeed placed Wei Shenglong and Huang Qinghu in the attacking side. It seemed that the Dragon and Tiger sect had truly planned to burn all bridges to get more points. There was no suspense for the Archaic Mysteries sect. Being the only leader of the Archaic Mysteries sect, of course, Luo Guyun was placed in the attacking side. Looking at the distribution of the Archaic Mysteries sect's name list, one knew that they did not plan to go all out. Even if they did not fight for the results, they must fight for their face and dignity. Of course, They could not embarrass themselves under the eyes of the public at the pageant hosted by the Heavenly Lake Empire. On the contrary, the Dragon and Tiger sect was secretly surprised by the arrangement of the Stargaze Palace. They had always expected that the Stargaze Palace would use a balanced attack and defense strategy and place the two upper sky warriors in the attacking and defending sides. Unexpectedly, the Stargaze Palace's arrangement was also crazy. Inwardly, Shi Chenglong was shocked and could not help but look at Shuabuchuan a few more times. He realized that he did not know this Shuabuchuan well enough. You too, this competition will be divided into 2 cycles. Same as before, draw lots. Yes, let's do it the same way. Soon, the result of the draw came out. In the first cycle, the Dragon and Tiger sect would attack, and the Archaic would defend. The Archaic would attack, and the Stargaze would defend. The result of the first cycle came out. Naturally, the arrangement for the second cycle had come out. The Dragon and Tiger sect would attack, and the Stargaze would defend. The Archaic would attack, and the Dragon and Tiger sect would defend. To put it bluntly, each powerhouse's attacking team would challenge the defending team of the 2 opponents once and fight twice. And the defending team would face 2 different attacking opponents. Each of them would defend once. To put it precisely, it would be a cycle of 2 battles. Each cycle would have 3 groups of battles. Thus, 3 martial arts arenas were needed. In the first cycle, the attacking team of the Stargaze would face the defending team of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Thus, the result of this first battle was extremely important. Zhao Muji said in a low voice, "The 2 middle stage warriors of the Stargaze have gone to their attacking team. This time, we must get more points. Junior brother Miao, you are the first one to challenge. You must get a good start." According to the rules, the number 4 of the attacking team would challenge the number 4 of the opposing team first. This kind of ranking was usually based on the strength of one's strength. Miao Zhongxia nodded inwardly. "Don't worry, I will do my best." Inwardly, he set a goal for himself. At least, he must succeed in 2 rounds. According to the rules, if he succeeded in a one-on-one challenge, he would get 10 points. Then, if he succeeded in a 1-on-2 challenge, he would get another 20 points. In other words, he would get 30 points in the first cycle. Thus, in each cycle, theoretically, the highest score for one person would be to succeed in challenging 4 people. In total, it would be 100 points. Theoretically, with 4 people, the highest score for a cycle would be 400 points. After 2 cycles, theoretically, one could get 800 points. Of course, this was only the highest score in theory. In fact, it was impossible for any powerhouse to get a perfect score. At least, it had never happened in history. After Miao Zhongxia went up the stage, number 4 of the defending team of the Dragon and Tiger sect also went up. On the side of the Dragon and Tiger sect, the 2 strongest warriors had gone to the attacking team. This way, the defending team would inevitably become weak. The Dragon and Tiger sect's requirement for the defending team was that they must use all their strength to restrain the enemy and prevent them from getting too many points. However, after all, the opponent of this number 4 was much weaker than Miao Zhongxia. Regardless of how hard he fought, in the end, he was not as strong as Miao Zhongxia, who was ranked in the top 6 in the Stargaze Palace. After a moment of stalemate, he was defeated by Miao Zhongxia. In a one-on-one battle, the attacker won and Miao Zhongxia got 10 points. Next, it was Miao Zhongxia's turn to challenge 1-on-2. From the defending team, number 4 still went up the stage. However, there was an extra number 3. Since Miao Zhongxia had defeated number 4, he wanted to use the same trick to attack number 4. Unexpectedly, number 3's combat power was much stronger than number 4. Regardless of how Miao Zhongxia targeted number 4, he could not get rid of number 3. In the end, he could not break through his opponent's defense within the allotted 2 hours. He had failed in a 1-on-2 battle. This way, Miao Zhongxia only got 10 points in this cycle. Next, it was Zhao Muji's turn. Miao Zhongxia went down the stage with frustration and said to Zhao Muji, "Senior brother Zhao, that number 3's spear technique is strange. If you want to deal with him, you must be aware of his spear technique." Zhao Muji said with a smile, "Okay. Zhao Muji was number 3 on the attacking team. His first opponent was number 3 on the defending team of the opposing team. This way, it was to be fair. However, Zhao Muji was different than Miao Zhongxia. As soon as he went up the stage, he shot out a pair of magistrate brushes like a machine gun. Like a violent storm, he did not give his opponent any chance to breathe. In less than 15 minutes, that person got hit by Zhao Muji and fell down the stage. In a spurt of energy, Zhao Muji challenged 2 opponents one-on-one. Like Miao Zhongxia, they were number 3 and number 4. Number 3 was injured at the moment. Naturally, he could not fight as freely as he did against Miao Zhongxia. In less than an hour, he was swept down the stage by Zhao Muji again. Zhao Muji's awe-inspiring aura spread far and wide as he continued to challenge. He fought 1 against 3, specifically targeting number 3. In addition, Zhao Muji's movement technique was very special. It was fast and accurate. Although he was fighting 1 against 3, he still managed to sneak up on them at the last stage. However, in the 4th round, Zhao Muji was not as lucky as he was when he fought 1 against 4. The number 1 on the defending team of the Dragon and Tiger sect was enough to restrain Zhao Muji in terms of speed and defense. Halfway through the battle, Zhao Muji knew that he had no hope of winning this time. 2 hours were up. Zhao Muji had no choice but to go down the stage. He had failed the challenge. However, the first 3 rounds were worth 10 points, 20 points, and 30 points. In the first cycle, Zhao Muji managed to get 60 points. When Miao Zhongxia was at a disadvantage in the first battle, he managed to salvage the situation. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.